Okay, we are ready to get started. Today's Tuesday, April 8th, 2025. This is a combined special meeting and work session. Calling this meeting to order and giving notice to members of the City Council and to the public that at this meeting we may vote to go into executive session, which will not be open to the public, for consultation with our attorneys for anything that's on tonight's agenda. Can we have roll call?
Mayor Daggett.
Here.
Vice Mayor Sweet.
Here.
Councilmember Aslan.
Here.
Councilmember Garcia.
Present.
Councilmember House.
Here.
Councilmember Matthews.
Here.
Councilmember Spence.
Here.
Councilmember Spence, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, please stand as you're able.
Councilmember Matthews, our mission statement.
The mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
Thank you. And Councilmember House, the land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Mayor. The Flagstaff City Council humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by Native descendants, border mountains sacred to indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will forever know this place as home.
Thank you. Next up, we have open call to the public, which allows the public to speak on any item that is not on today's agenda. You have 3 minutes, and there is a clock there. And because whatever you'll be speaking about is not on the agenda, the council can't interact with you, ask questions, or answer questions. We first have Craig Zanetko. My apologies.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. My name is Craig Zanetko. I'm the Economic Development Administrator. I was here a couple of weeks ago with Tia Hatton to invite you all to the Innovate Green VIP event that is taking place this Friday at the Moonshot Accelerator, starting at 5:30 p.m. All are welcome to attend. Again, we want to express our gratitude to Vice Mayor Sweet for participating as a judge and a mentor. Just a quick reminder for that, if you would like to attend. I would also like to invite you to attend the Mayoral Roundtable that will be held in Williams on May 7th. That event is being put on by the Arizona Association for Economic Development, or AAED. There are 5 mayoral panelists that will discuss sustainable tourism, community impact and engagement, sustainable infrastructure solutions, and upcoming opportunities in their respective areas. We would again like to thank Vice Mayor Sweet for her participation in being a panelist, as Mayor Daggett was unavailable to attend. The other 4 panelists are Mayor Kidman from Page, Mayor Watkins from Kingman, Mayor Cano from Winslow, and Mayor Smith from Holbrook. I will send a follow-up email with more information, but just wanted to get this in front of you all tonight so you may consider attending. Thank you for your time, and we will see you in Williams on May 7th.
Thank you. Next up is Steve Carter.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Steve Carter. I'm from East Flagstaff. I wish to address you on 2 topics this afternoon. Number 1, the traffic situation at 4th and Butler. It's terrible and getting worse. You've approved many thousand new housing units close to this intersection, and it's still 2-lane streets. The biggest development, the huge apartment complex, hasn't even opened yet. How are these narrow streets going to handle hundreds more cars when it does open? You need to start construction to make these 2 streets 4 lanes. They're 4 lanes above and below this intersection, but they're not 4 lanes here. You'll notice it's been a very dry winter. For that reason, firefighting ability needs to be number 1 priority for Flagstaff. You have a dozen employees in the sustainability department. How many of those employees are trained as firefighters? None? Your sustainability department's goal is to reduce carbon in the atmosphere, which, if successful, would kill all the ponderosa pines that is Flagstaff's claim to fame, because they thrive on CO2. If it gets reduced to too low a level, they die. You need to close this department and transfer their budget to the Flagstaff Fire Department, whose budget, compared to other cities the size of Flagstaff, is 40% below average. If Flagstaff experiences the fires of the magnitude of Colorado or California communities, our city would be destroyed. And you folks would be looking like Mayor Bass and Governor Newsom. Is that the legacy that we want for you? Why don't we get practical and start working on real solutions instead of pie-in-the-sky climate alarmism? It won't put out fires. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have the review of the draft agenda for the April 15th meeting next week. Council, do you have any questions, comments? Councilmember Garcia?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to ask for potential executive session on regular agenda item 10B. I've read over it, and I think it's pretty clear, but just in case I have any legal questions, if we could have a lawyer during E-session, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? All right, we're moving down to the city manager report.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Good afternoon. Glad to note that the construction noise next door is not too audible in here. Lots of progress there in the report, and it's very brief this time. Just an update on the budget process and a friendly reminder, we have yet another retreat with council, 2-day retreat at the end of this month, April 24th and 25th. We're back at core services, working on that agenda as we speak. And, you know, we're wrapping up, we're getting close to wrapping up the budget process. We have a ways yet, but this will be your last retreat, we think. So thank you for your time and your dedication. I want to skip the Water Services Director, and I might lean on Deputy City Manager, Senior Deputy City Manager, Shannon Anderson, to give you an update on that in just a minute. Also a reminder, Council, we have a joint city county meeting coming up on the 14th. This is a busy month for Council, a lot of meetings. Working on that agenda as well, I think, is being finalized at this time. That will occur here, 3 p.m. in the afternoon, again on Monday, April 14th. After Shannon speaks to you in a minute, I'm kind of leaning on the deputies here. I'm going to also ask Deputy City Manager Joanne Keene to provide a little bit of narrative on the Washington, D.C. trip that some of you just concluded, and thank you for that. So appended to this report, you have a couple of updates, one from PROS, another one from Housing, and then also as a part of this report, you will have presentations, updates here at the podium with our public safety divisions, both fire and police. Shannon, are you ready to make an announcement? Thanks.
I'm going to put Lee in the hot seat, so he's going to come up and join me. I'm sure he appreciates that, right? Thanks, Lee. So I'm going to give a little bit of background before I turn it over to Lee. So as we've shared with council, we have conducted a recruitment for a division director for our Water Services Division. I had 13 applications, and I had a team that helped me in evaluating those applications, narrowing it down to 4 that we invited to a screening interview. Then we selected our final 2, which Lee was one of those 2. We had our in-person interviews a little over a week ago, had good turnout at our meet and greet, and then our 3 panels the next day. And we have offered that division director position to Lee, and he has accepted. So I'm going to turn it over to him so he can talk a little bit about probably how excited, and I think the term he's used is head is swimming. So turn it over to Lee for a little bit. Thanks, Lee.
Thank you, Shannon, Mayor, Council. Just keep it very brief. I just want to say thanks to the team for selecting me, and I'm just going to continue to do my best. Always open to new suggestions. Please, door's always open. Send me an email, stop by, whatever it is, and we're going to do great things. Thank you.
We are excited. That's great news. And look forward to Lee's leadership. Joanne, can you give us a little narrative on everything that happened in the nation's capital? Thank you. Not everything.
Well, good evening, or good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Joanne Keene, Deputy City Manager. I'm not sure I can give an update on everything that's happening in the nation's capital, but I will do my best. I did just want to provide an update, and I'm assuming Mayor and Council members who were in DC will also be providing just their perspectives as well. That we had a team last week go to Washington, DC. It consisted of the mayor, the vice mayor, council member House, myself, Sterling Solomon, our city attorney, and Christine Cameron, who's our project manager over many projects, but Rio de Flag is her main project. We had between 10 and 12 meetings during kind of a 2-day period. It was a lot of meetings, a lot of talking, and a lot of advocating for the city of Flagstaff. I just want to give a special recognition to our mayor, vice mayor, and council member House who were there. I think I said it, I don't know how many times, just how important it is to be there in person. And I think this year, more than other years, there were a lot of people on the Hill advocating. It was busier than I've seen it in years. Some of the meetings that we had, we met with both of our senators, Senator Kelly and Senator Gallego. We met with Congressman Eli Crane. We met with Congressman Greg Stanton. We also met with agency representatives to talk about, some of our grants that we have before those agencies, and just kind of checking in and just continuing to talk about how important those grants are. We met with U.S. Department of Transportation. We met with the Army Corps of Engineers. We met with the FAA, Federal Aviation Administration, and the United States Department of Agriculture. We actually met with the undersecretary who oversees the Forest Service. So all very important meetings, just really hitting on not only our appropriations requests, and just a reminder, we do have our federal priorities in the packet. Council did approve those priorities. Appropriation requests, continued to advocate for the Rio de Flag funding. I'm working through some issues with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. FAA to talk about our snow removal building. That was a very positive meeting. I won't steal the thunder. USDA to talk about the continued need for, not only response in our area for fire, but also work to continue the Forest Restoration Initiative. We are very lucky that we had others there kind of at the same time advocating on that topic, so we were consistent with that messaging. And Department of Transportation to talk about, and one of our public speakers mentioned the intersection, but the Butler Fourth roundabout and intersection, that project, we did receive a large grant from DOT, and we got some positive feedback that, while it's paused right now, that it's likely to move forward. So with that, Greg and Mayor and Council, just wanted to give an update, and again, I don't want to steal thunder, but thank you for all you do. It's really important for the community, for you to be back in Washington. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. I'll echo, it's very important, and we are appreciative of your efforts. Those of you who traveled, thank you for representing us and doing all the important things. I'll note that our other Deputy City Manager, Shannon Anderson, was at a conference in Dallas, Texas, for housing which left me upstairs without a team for the whole week. Fortunately, no catastrophes to show for that. Business as usual. So unless you have any questions of me, I'd like to turn it over to both our fire and police. I don't know which order they're coming in, but they're very excited to give you some updates. Great. They are running up to the podium as we speak. Let's start with fire. Oh, that is just hilarious. Thank you, Chief and team.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Mark Gaylord, your fire chief, and really pleased to be here. Our team we're having a team night, and we're going to be presenting information. What you're going to see tonight is pretty broad-based. They are excerpts from a soon-to-be-published 2024 annual report that'll be on our website. We'll provide links to everyone, and the public will be able to access this information on that. So our team members, Jessica Vigorito is going to be a presenter, Deputy Chief Mark Wilson. We have Battalion Chief Seth Greger and Battalion Chief Paul Ochogi. 15-minute timer has been set, and it's already running. Not nice. So we're going to get going. I'll get out of the way.
You're good.
Oh.
We just need to get the folder.
Oh, great.
It's on the PowerPoint probably. Go back to the bottom, see if it's under there. Thank you.
It's not up.
Police is pulled up, I see. I don't see fire. See if there's a second one. I don't see the fire one pulled up. I see the police one. It's GIS. So I don't know if it was loaded. These are all preloaded. Is Paul here? Santana? Okay. We should have police go first because theirs is loaded and we don't even see ours here. So. Well, I was thinking we could take that off of Chief Conley's time. Yeah.
Hey, Chief,
Okay,
can you
thank
take
you.
it? We've got to load up our, we're having a technical problem.
From here.
So we talk about effective leadership is effective management, and it's about teams. So Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, city manager, my name's Sean Conley, I'm your police chief, incredibly honored. I want to share with you a little bit of the team here, and we'll discuss a little bit of some of the executive changes we've made before we give you the overview. Colin C's our Deputy Chief of Patrol. We've narrowed focus and created 2 deputy chief positions focusing on patrol and criminal investigations. Those are the 2 big enforcement aspects of a police department. And then we have the professional side. Charles Hernandez is our deputy chief responsible for criminal investigations. And then Allison Hughes is recently our professional staff section director for the whole professional support services side of the house. Super proud of all of them. I'm simply a reflection of them at the end of the day. So just incredibly honored to be here. Let me say this, though. As we stand here as chiefs and section directors, it's less about us. Right now in this city, today, men and women from the department are out answering 911 calls on behalf of all of us. And so without that service, that commitment, that dedication, I would not be able to stand here today. So it would be remiss if I don't honor the men and women of the Flagstaff Police Department, both professional and sworn, who are doing that daily mission. Our mission, and I think it's really important for mission statements in organizations to be concise and clear. Sometimes they can get too long and wordy. So this is our mission: to protect and preserve life, property, and public order through elite service. The gist of that is, let's not forget our role in community is to reduce crime, prevent crime, and ensure public order. And I think that's a really important part of that. The other part of elite service entails loving on your community, being hyper-engaged with your community, being transparent and legitimate with your community. It also involves, and I've seen in my time here, just the incredible connectivity and interwovenness of law enforcement and NGOs and the social services and other city departments. I wouldn't be remiss if I don't talk about the teamwork that is here in Flagstaff. So elite service covers a lot. Let me give you a little snapshot of department structure. The department is currently allocated 119 sworn full-time officer positions. And you heard me talk about how that is bifurcated within the organization. So what we see is within that 119, you have patrol officers that are assigned to patrol squads, that have sergeants that report to lieutenants that then report to a deputy chief. They are those faces that we see in our uniforms out answering those 911 calls. They're on your porch in 3 to 5 minutes when something is urgent. In addition to those allocated sworn officers, you have the detective division, where you have property crime detectives, people crime detectives. We've also recently, with Shannon Anderson and city management leadership, established a human trafficking section within the Flagstaff Police Department that we're very proud of, is doing very noble work. In addition, you have sergeant assigned to the Metro Narcotics Unit that is in that sworn side. That is a long-established collaborative between the county attorney, the sheriff's office, DPS, really trying to interdict high-level drug distribution in our community. It's not about incarcerating the disease of addiction. I want to repeat that. It's not about incarcerating the disease of addiction, but it is about having tough conversations about those trafficking this poison into our communities at a very high level, and that's what that Metro unit does. Also on the sworn side, you have tactical response entities, and you have a crime suppression unit that does a lot of that problem solving. Many of them are here in the back every day that we appreciate their work when we're here in council. The other thing is we have professional staff. That's behind the scenes support. You didn't start my timer, Casey. I appreciate that. And so I was told I have 2 hours, but I'll shave it down to 15 minutes. But at the end of the day, behind the scenes, police departments do not perform at high levels without the incredible professional staff that provides that support services. And that's what you see Allison currently leading. And within that realm, what you have is you have evidence processing and management. The legitimacy of a police department is how you manage and handle evidence is really important. You have records, thousands of public records requests. Think about all the records we keep in policing. We have our animal control mission, which is a beautiful mission within a police department. I really love that mission on a lot of levels, as we love on the animals in our community. In addition to that, we have fleet management and our radio and comms room. It is so important. We have such a dynamic comms room. This comms room is responsible for dispatching not only the Flagstaff Fire Department, 9 other fire districts, but all of the Coconino County Sheriff's Office. So think about the immense responsibility that room handles. So we currently are operating with a $24,272,530, I didn't get the pennies, budget right now, and as we move into the next budget cycle. So some key highlights and achievements. You know, I think one of the things we talk about analytics in the Flagstaff Police Department and measuring performance. So what are the analytics of crime reduction and crime fighting? We look at Part 1 violent crimes and then Part 1 property crimes. And so what we did see this past year was a 51% increase in violent crime in this city. Let me say that again. We had a 51% increase in violent crime in this city. I arrived in the summer and we were running at about a 58% increase in violent crime. So how do we then narrow our focus and really look at the nexus of what those crimes are and what's causing them? We saw last year we had 5 homicides in this city compared to 2. The other indicator we saw was aggravated assaults. And so we are about to have a conversation where hopefully in an upcoming work session I can have a conversation about our crime plan, which will define every role and responsibility of every member of the Flagstaff Police Department in reducing crime. Strategically focusing on people, places, and behavior, and looking at those disproportionate people, places, and behaviors that are driving the overall crime rate. But within the aggravated assaults, we saw some disproportionality of certain locations that I'm happy to talk about later or in the work session where we talk about the crime plan, and then some commonalities of intoxication. Both drug intoxication and alcohol intoxication being the precursor for the violent behavior. So collaboratively, I want to continue to work with partners in this community for things like having a detox center, increasing our capacity to take care of behavioral health issues in this community. That's where the CARES program, the Ambassador program, all of these things is getting handcuffs and pistols in the law out of behavioral health and disease like addiction. We also saw youth gang violence rear itself a little bit. You know, in one particular incident, I do not like speaking to the names of gangs publicly as a way of honoring them. They don't deserve that. So at the one particular gang, however, in the city, we saw 16 members this year documented within this with an adult leader. And these are the types of things collectively we need to work on in our families, in our community, and then through our partnerships in law enforcement. Property crimes increased by 4% last year. One of the things you've seen is us increase our game in social media. And so messaging, we see some laissez-faire attitudes at times related to leaving our cars unlocked. It's a wonderful, safe community overall. And when you look at the percentages per capita, this is an incredibly safe community, so don't misconstrue my message here in the increase. But we leave our cars unlocked and we warm them up unlocked. And then we wonder why they get stolen or things get stolen out of them at times. So we're going to continue to work collaboratively with community. We're having a conversation about door hangers, similar to the things we're doing in the downtown moving forward. You heard me talk about the crime plan. I'm really excited about this. This crime plan, whether we have a budget conversation, this is not the chief's crime plan or this team's crime plan. This is a crime plan put together collaboratively with every member of this organization providing input and thought. And so we will discuss that moving forward. Community engagement and outreach. You know, we could have a conversation that policing failed in community engagement over the years. And it was very simple, and it was just call us for everything, and that was our solution, and they did. They buried us in a lot of things. Moving forward, we have to be much more dynamic and engaged and problem solvers. It's great getting together with the wonderful things like Trunk or Treat or Cocoa with a Popo and some of those things. But we also have to get together with purpose and meaning and solve problems and reduce crime. So I'm really looking forward to some of the initiatives. We have Officer Holgate, who's established a program over at the Kalani Dormitory where we're going to engage youth over there. I just had my first of what will probably be about 6 police chief community advisory boards with the indigenous community. We had 25 members. We went over the bylaws and the structures, and we are going to really engage and create trust and communication through these police chiefs advisory boards moving forward. Also part and tied operationally to technology and community is Spider Tech. We recently did a presentation on Spider Tech, which is if you call us, you're going to immediately be put into a system that's going to keep you hyper-informed through the journey of your call with us, update you, connect you to the officer if it needs a phone call. It's also going to ask at the end of every call customer satisfaction. And so we'll continue to share that information with you moving forward. Technology and equipment and the upgrades are paramount in policing. The solutions for the Flagstaff Police Department related to technology will not be created with the ways of thinking of the past. And that transcends all of policing. I'm super proud of the leadership within the budget team and all of us moving forward as we embrace more technology in our Axon package and some of our other technologies that we want to deliver thoughtfully and importantly to make the community safer. You heard me talk about a leadership reorganization. I really believe that what you focus on, you get more of in policing. And so creating those linear lines of accountability, systems of accountability are really important. So you heard me talk about the patrol chief, the criminal investigations, and the section director. The other thing is sergeants, young sergeants leading squads in the community need to be led by lieutenants. So we were able to garner through support through the budget team and the city manager office another lieutenant position to give us more street coverage. Thinking about it playing chess with a board instead of being one of the chess pieces. So these are all some of the reorg missions we've embarked upon. Staffing and resources. We are seeing success in recruitment and retention, although we cannot take our eye off this ball. We were +9 this year, so we recruited 9 more than we lost, which I've heard is a solid number. We've revamped our mission and how we recruit. We've restaffed it. We're going to have 25 people showing up Saturday. We've taken more localized control of it. We continue to see great success at the academy. Currently, the sworn vacancy is 7.5%. The patrol vacancy is 18%. The criminal investigations is 7.1. That's one detective position, by the way. And the professional staff is 23%. The other thing that's really important is this number of 119 you've heard me talk about. When we talk about where it comes from and how old it is and what's its meaning, as I believe in a concept of it's not a staffing study as much as a workload analysis study. So if the budget goes through, I'm going to be really grateful to be able to partake and have a private sector company come in and really analyze the demographics, the culture, the operating procedures, how we are allocated, and give us some more poignant numbers related to how our staffed and what this number truly should be. So we'll be involved in that. You heard me talk about relationships in community. I can't tell you how impressed I've been with everybody in getting out and meeting with people. We've all been at some community events together, and just seeing the love this community has on itself and with the city is amazing. And we'll continue to hold ourselves accountable and be transparent with everybody. We have to be a self-assessing, self-correcting police department moving forward, so somebody doesn't do that for us. The 4 great pillars: great training, great policy, systems of accountability, and officer wellness. And we'll talk a little bit about the mental health crisis response. Really proud of the work. Thank you, Chief, for your introduction into redemption and some of the services we're about to embark upon, where we're going to see a 24/7 wrap on the minds and hearts of our police officers. It's super important. Where traumatized officers meet traumatized community historically, we have George Floyd. And so one of the things that we have to make sure we work together on is understanding the historical trauma of our communities while also understanding the day-to-day trauma that our officers and our dispatchers, and I really look forward to the relationship with Redemption. We'll also have a conversation about comfort therapy dogs. I have great experience with them. I think they're wonderful. They can bring some temperance and balance to things, and a peer support group moving forward. Overall, financially, kudos to this team, the entire city. I've never been involved in such an intimate, engaged budget process than I have over the past months moving forward, and I still know there's more work to do. But the title of our budget, and this isn't the chief's budget, and this isn't this team's budget, this is every officer's budget, we're calling it a future-ready policing budget. And it's focused on the strategic focus of employee resiliency, safer communities, innovation, and technology. Key areas of investment you're going to hear us continue to talk about is technology. There is so much technology out there, it is incredible. Officer well-being, performance evaluation, community outreach, and facility enhancements. Overtime, we're projected to spend approximately $1.8 million in overtime. We have identified some things that we think with the greater systems and efficiency, we'll be able to knock that down. So that's all really important. Grant funding, although we don't have some of the biggest grants in the city, we have the most. And we're constantly in a posture of seeking grants. It's really important to build sustainability on the back end of these grants in policing, but approximately $1.2 million, and we'll continue and be committed to that. One of the things I want to show you is this video that gives you some insight on what the real-time operations center looks like moving forward, and some of this technology all coming together. It'll help you visualize what we're trying to talk about.
Suspected hit and run. Victim is injured but in stable condition.
Hey, my name is Officer Beckwood. I'm here to help, okay?
Mírame, señor. Solo estaba manejando mi bicicleta y me
Hold
tocó
on. I'm gonna translate. Did you see the car that hit you?
¿Viste el coche que te atropelló?
Sí, fue un Mustang rojo. Movió y hicimos una derecha.
Yes, a red Mustang was in this. Moved and made a right.
Suspected hit and run driver heading southbound on Bear Parkway in a red Ford Mustang.
Plate number 285, Victor Hotel Echo uniform, last seen traveling westbound on Spring Street. Captain, suspect has a parole violation. 109 is nearby.
Okay, let him know.
Yes, sir.
Car 109 to dispatch. I have that red hit-and-run Mustang headed west on Spring Street.
How you doing, sir? Good. I need to see your driver's license, please.
Anything I can help you with, sir?
What we got?
Sir, need to put that back.
911, this is Michael Harris with Secure Solutions Global Security Operations Center. We are currently witnessing a crime in progress at our store location at 1201 North Wilmington. The crime appears to be a robbery in progress.
This is a stolen vehicle.
Let's get a drone out there.
This is not fantasy or the future. This is now in police departments across America.
Suspect car located, heading north on Columbus. Suspect fleeing on foot. Officer arriving on location.
Live stream being able to
Vehicle's
watch
empty.
officers' videos.
Do we have
in
eyes
real
on
time
suspect?
from command centers.
Suspect is fleeing on the east side of the building.
Officer in pursuit of suspect.
Suspect has turned left down the alley.
Stop! Police! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Put your hands down! Stop where you are! Taser! 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 Suspect down. Taser deployed.
We have an unauthorized drone approaching the stadium downtown from the south. Concert in progress. It's a recreational
So for
aircraft.
the sake of time, I'm going to pause this, and what you'll see as we move forward into this is a conversation. You see the coming together of all those technologies. The next set of technologies we would have watched is rooted in efficiency within how we do our paperwork. Right now, we think of that $1.8 million we're spending in overtime, a significant amount of that report writing on the back end of shifts. In this technology enhancement moving forward, what you're going to see is AI report writing. And I know the attorneys and the prosecutors, there's some work to be done on this, but you're going to see this to where we're going to cut report writing to 3 to 7 minutes, and they're going to all look like they're PhDs in English moving forward in our report writing. So that'll be combined with some of this moving forward. How do I get out of this?
I think we got.
So I just wanted to give you a little bit of that. I know I went over on my time a little bit of that visual snapshot, because when you hear us talking about bringing all this technology together, that's what it looks like. So our goals and priorities, we're going to continue to expand and enhance our community policing footprint in this community. We're going to work on our officer wellness and our support. We're hyper committed to that on a whole host of levels. And then you're going to see a tremendous commitment to technology. I want to stand here before you on behalf of every woman and man in the Phoenix Police, or in the Flagstaff Police Department. I know I've done that a couple times. You caught me, man. 31 years is a long time. And so I correct myself. But I just want to reaffirm our commitment I think it's important that we look everybody in the face at times and reaffirm our commitment. And we are here to be continual learners. We're here to provide elite service, and we recognize that we are human, and at times we need to improve and evolve. And that is, we are dedicated to that, and we are dedicated to that progress as we move forward. In a 16 or 17-minute snapshot, that's a little bit about what's going on in the Flagstaff Police Department. Is there any questions? Yes, sir.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you so much. I didn't have any questions, Chief. I just wanted to give you a little brief comment and some kudos. So I've had my finger on the pulse of policing since I met Brett Cooper back in 2008. Seeing, and being close to him, understanding what the police are doing. Because back then we had, some issues with the community, worried about targeting and things of that nature. And I think you're still going to have some metrics that you're going to have to explain, maybe this in the upcoming future. So we have a better understanding of why our numbers look the way they do. But I was always worried back then that the police were doing too much and overstepping their boundaries. And what Brent taught me is that wasn't the case at all, and that he was actually a very compassionate leader, much like yourself. And watching Kevin Tridway come after him, kind of pick up the baton, and then of course Dan Musselman. But I guess the long and short of it is, it seems like you've been passed the torch, and it's been passed to the right person, because I'm getting to know you in the past 6 months to a year. I have understood that you've also had those same authentic concerns with community policing and making this a better place, and not just shoot 'em up Johnny and chase 'em down kind of policing. And I really appreciate that coming from the dais, and also with my interactions with the police department over the last 20 years. Thank you for being the person that you are, and showing us a few new ideas and bringing that technology side to policing as well. You're really just, in my opinion, kind of the spirit of everyone who has come before you, and you're adding a little bit of a twist, but keeping the same Flagstaff vibe for community policing. Thank you, Chief.
Mayor, if I may, Vice Mayor and Council members, I thank you for that. Again, I'm just a reflection of the awesomeness of the men and women of the department. But to your point about embarking upon crime reduction strategies, having many lessons learned in this career, one of the things that I promise everybody on council today is when we identify a crime trend and something that needs to be addressed, we will come together collectively and way upstream. We're going to explain to you the root cause of that crime, and then collectively embark upon a program and an action plan, and not just go in blindly and cast a broad net in community and try to incarcerate our way to solutions. My experience says that when you do that upstream with community, explain why there's been so many robberies in that particular neighborhood. Here's the nexus, here's the MOs, help us create enforcement solutions. That's what we'll do collectively. Any other
Council,
questions?
additional questions or comments? Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, wonderful, thanks.
Do you have a video?
Okay, let's try this again. Mark Gaylord, your fire chief, and we're pleased to be here. We've introduced our team. Chief Conley, thank you for the flexibility and for also taking the pressure off the 15-minute time limit. We always like to start the fire department with missions. And I've shared with you recently that for about 40 years of my work, the beautiful part about it is the clarity that we have in the work we do. And so even in a recession or even in a pandemic, we come to work every day and we have clarity. So the mission is what we do, and then the way we choose to do it. Our organization chooses to do it with the value sets of integrity, respect, honesty, and trust, and that matters as well. So we'll get going and talk a little bit about social media.
All right.
Thank you, Chief Gaylord, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Jessica, I'm the Fire Administration Manager. And the department has really spent the last maybe 2 years focusing on their social media and outreach efforts. We've been a lot more proactive in our efforts, and this is in the form of sharing on our social media, such as big events that are happening, more consistent safety and awareness information and posts, increasing the number of newspaper and radio articles and interviews, collaborating with the police department for outreach events. It's really a lot, and staff do a good job spending time on these events. Our Facebook and Instagram, if you aren't already following, we're seeing a lot of increased traffic. We have almost 15,000 Facebook followers and close to 3,500 Instagram followers. Hopefully you're seeing more fun content, lots of recruitment content. Another effort that our department is focused on is a idea brought forward by one of our firefighters, Brianna Dudinsky. It's the recruitment information guide. And Ralph with the CVB, who's incredibly talented, created a flip book of this guide. And what it does is it shares, hopefully, an introduction to potential recruits, what to expect through the hiring process to give them a better idea. It's really detailed, a lot of hard work, lots of steps to follow. So it gives them really a step-by-step guide on what to expect in the hiring process and even what to expect in their first year with the department. That recruitment guide kind of morphed into the QR code poster and flyer you see. A lot more people now are familiar with QR codes, but as a result of just this QR code alone going out, we saw an increase on our website from 856 visitors to almost 28,000. So our website is getting a lot more traction, and the administration team is doing a really good job of keeping that information relevant, keeping information up there that citizens are looking for. And a huge shout out to Kelsey in IT. She helped us create a tool where insurance companies or property owners can actually look up their address, and it'll tell them in distance and time the closest fire hydrant and fire station to their property, which is really helpful when going out for insurance claim or insurance information. And then finally, our public outreach number, that number you see at the bottom is 373. That would be things such as ride-alongs. So if you haven't been on a ride-along, we'd love to encourage you to come for a ride-along, see what it's like to spend a day with us on the line, and even go on calls during that ride-along. That's also going into schools, bringing apparatus to events, fundraiser events. So staff are really busy lately with outreach and social media. So with that, I will pass it on.
Thanks, Jess. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, Mark Wilson, Deputy Chief, Admin, Support Services, and Finances. We're going to speed it up here a little bit. We're going to stay high level. What you see is kind of a simple diagram of the breakout of our structure from the fire department. We just kind of want to give it an overview, but we have 109 total personnel. One of those we're going to talk about where it resides, and it's a shared personnel. But we have the fire chief, we have 3 deputy chiefs that are combined for the senior command staff, and then under those, we have all the breakouts of the shifts under operations. We have under community risk reduction. We have our prevention and our wildfire management. And then under support services, we have fire administration, Ms. Jessica, our EMS battalion chief and training battalion chief. All of those positions below the senior command staff are called our command staff, and their battalion chief or manager levels. And they oversee all the day-to-day operations that make our job easier at the senior command staff level. Quick breakout under the Deputy Chief of Operations, there are 29 firefighters and 1 battalion chief on every single shift. So there's 90 represented under that operational section. And then under the community risk reduction, we have 2 fire prevention personnel, and we have 8 wildland fire management personnel, but we have 1 shared personnel employee, which is a contractual employee that's shared between sustainability and the Flagstaff Fire Department for outreach and sustainability features, along with our own internal wildfire management action plan. And then under support services, we have a small group of fire administration, EMS. We are the primary EMS provider for the community. When you call 911 through the police dispatch center, you're going to get a paramedic responding with every single unit and all of the equipment that's necessary, and then we do a lot of training. So with that, I want to do a quick breakout of the years of service, the dynamics of the Flagstaff Fire Department. We're kind of split. If you look at this pie chart, we have between
About half of our department is with between 0 and 10 years on the job. Very young and tenureship, which means we have a lot of professional development, a lot of growth, a lot of training, a lot of things that we're working on. We're excited. They're great members. You can see it's a small middle number, about 6-7% that are 10 to 15, and then we're heavy on the more tenured side of the chart, which is about another 46-47%. 15% of that left side of this chart are scheduled to retire. So we have a big lift associated with making sure that our organization is trained, prepared, equipped to take on some of those succession roles that are going to take place. So a lot of work with that. I want to thank the budget team and thank the city management for the continued support and professional development, because that is what's going to keep us moving as we go through. Throw in additional Station 7 conversations. You can see growth, training, professional development is going to be the key, all the way associated with it, and making sure that we capture some of that historical information, institutional and professional knowledge, pass it on to the new group that's coming through. With that, I'll turn it over to Seth.
Thanks, Chief. Mayor, Council, good evening. Seth Gregory, EMS Battalion Chief. One highlight program that I'd like to show you is the House of Jacks, if you're not aware of it. This was created by one of our line captains and his crew to address the recruitment issues that we're having statewide. They are going down and they're more challenging. We're seeing some difficult numbers there. So this program exposes potential recruits in the community to a day in the life of what a firefighter does. What it includes is providing these recruits preparation that is needed for the testing process, resume building, and mock interviews. We're working them through the process to get them prepared to test. Separately, kind of a subcategory of this is the Volunteer Gray Shirt Program, which a lot of these, we call it HOJ for short, so if that's where I go down, that's what I mean. The Gray Shirt Program was created to provide some of the challenges we have with the internal programs that our line staff are providing for the fire department. They also provide some community outreach, including CCC career fairs. They do daily ride-alongs, internal workshops, and other volunteer opportunities. Currently, we have 75 active members in the HOJ with an average monthly attendance of 25. These two programs have been much needed boost to our recruitment process and internal support. Since the beginning of the HOJ, 23 out of 27 firefighters were hired for the greater Flagstaff region. My apologies. On the flip side, 17 House of Jack members were hired at other statewide departments. So while we provided them that guidance, they went elsewhere and got hired other places. They've still gotten the preparation and experience to be valuable additions to other statewide departments. Hopefully all of you council members saw the article in the Daily Sun about this House of Jacks, highlighting the great work that not only these volunteers do, but the commitment by our line staff to make our department better. I'd like to extend an invitation if you'd like to do a workout with them, maybe go through an interview, anything like that, reach out, we'll help you out. Thank you.
Councilmember Aslan.
Yeah, Seth, real fast. Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question. You may be tracking this, or you may not know the answer at all. If you go back a slide to the House of Jacks. Just curious about the makeup, the diversity, the demographics of those who are taking advantage of this opportunity. And specifically, just in the back of my mind, I'm interested, of course, in something we've been interested in for a long time, which is getting our tribal neighbors more, rooted in some of the work that you guys do and the police department does. Just a quick opportunity for an update on that, just to put a note on it.
While I don't have specifically those numbers, I can speak to one person that is involved with the HOJ that is of the Navajo Nation. While it might seem a small number there, there's definitely some opportunity to work on that. So if I can get those numbers for you, just kind of the breakdown.
Councilmember Garcia.
On that same topic, I just had a quick question/comment. Sorry about that, guys. Playing musical chairs up here. So I am I went through the Citizen Police Academy program, and I realized that is a competing department for employees, But since I learned about this House of Jacks, I was wondering if you guys couldn't maybe have a short spot in that Citizen Police Academy, because they go through all the different search and rescue organizations and many other NAU policing, having just a segment because they have such a good audience. I think they have the biggest audience for this class that they've ever had. To just put it in their ear that this House of Jacks does exist, unless that's already taken place, I think that there would be a good opportunity for interdepartmental relationships to come together and, you know, spread the word a little bit more to an audience that's already there and interested in public safety.
Councilmember Garcia, I think that's a great opportunity for us, and I know who the person to talk to, and we'll work with PD and make that an option. I think it's a great idea. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about our call volume. It is no surprise that our call volume has been consistently increasing over time with our increased population, growth, traffic in the community, increased tourism. Call volume has historically increased by an average of about 4% every year, looking at data from the last 10 years. But from 2023 to 2024 calendar year alone, it increased 13.5%. So we're seeing those numbers drastically increasing. Our department being we do have a college town, we do have a high tourism town, we really don't have a low call volume time period anymore. Our call volume is consistently increasing throughout the year. We display our data in the form of incidents and runs. So incidents, it would be a singular event or the call or the scene of where this event is taking place, and a run is the units responding. So we may respond with 2 or more units to an incident. So that's why you see the 2 different numbers reported on the screen. In 2024, we saw over 18,000 incidents in 2024 and 19,730 runs. Just speaking to the increased call volume, getting close to that 20,000 mark is a big deal for us. Currently, all of our firefighters are EMT trained, with 45 paramedics being able to provide advanced life support. As the medical provider for the community, we staff each frontline unit with a paramedic, given that the highest call volume for us is EMS related. We're continually pursuing additional paramedic positions in response to the increased need and to balance the workload and mental health of our current medics. We also showed a density map on the screen here. So as you can imagine, the shelter in the downtown area are the highest density for our call volume. And then it kind of disperses out from the center of town there. That's all I have.
Great. I get the opportunity to just say thank you. So what this slide represents is a lot of work, a lot of effort, and a lot of support from the administration, budget team, and all of you as council. So what we see here is obviously in the last year we were able to receive a new quint. And so I know last time when I came to capital improvement, you said pictures were good. So we've got lots of pictures on this. So we've got a quint, that's that upper left unit that shows the capacity within the city of Flagstaff now to handle some of the mid-rise increased numbers that we're seeing along with the threats. The one on the right, upper right, is a type 3 wildfire engine that was bond funded. We got 2 of those. We got our administrative staff vehicles that were getting replaced over time. And then the one on the lower right is what we call our toolbox, our pumper. That engine is at every single fire station. I just want to pause real quick and say we're really proud, thanks to those of you that were able to attend the push-in for the Quint and for Engine 4. Engine 4 also, when you look at the equipment, is the first engine that we have that has 0 combustion engine equipment on it. So the engine is still a combustion engine-driven motor, a diesel motor, but all the equipment on it, the jaws of life that you see in the picture there, the fans, every single thing is battery operated. So we're excited with that movement associated with it. The last picture of the black little interesting object on the bottom depicts a new piece of technology that we have in the Flagstaff Fire Department. That's a video laryngoscope for our paramedics to be able to do advanced airway support, innovations, things for patients that need their airway to be managed and controlled. And so it's really a great tool. And again, a reminder that that's our focus. That's our priority, is to make sure that we provide EMS to the community that we serve. So with that, I'll turn it over real quick.
Mayor, Council, what you see here are some pictures of our personnel apparatus and our people doing some special operations equipment or activities. Just a glimpse of what we do. These include hazardous materials operations, technical rescue, SWAT paramedics in assisting PD, and our ice rescue operations. Currently, our hazmat team consists of 18 highly trained personnel, having knowledge of confined spaces, specialized material identification, trench rescue, building collapses. Their knowledge base also includes being trained up for potential accidents and cargoes that we encounter on I-17 and BNSF railways. Our technical rescue teams, we call them the rope guys. They are knowledgeable of high-angle rescues, swift water conditions, and trench rescues. The team works in coordination with CCSO, search and rescue teams to assist with numerous mountain rescues, most likely over on Mount Eldon. They also work with our partners at DPS for short-haul operations. What that means is those are those individuals you kind of see dangling below the helicopters for either mountaintop rescues or canyon rescues. Also in special operations, we currently have six SWAT medics who assist our friends over at PD with not only teaching in the police academy for the EMS portion, but we support them on call-outs to potentially dangerous criminal activities. Coordination with PD and fire has been a great collaboration that continues to grow daily. In the lower right hand of the screen, you can see our daily fire crews doing their annual ice water rescue training. We currently carry ice water rescue equipment on 3 of our frontline fire units to be able to respond to these time-sensitive situations. All of our firefighters are trained in this specialty skill, and with the cold temperatures we see in northern Arizona, we're prepared to respond if needed. Thank you.
All right, we're getting close. So operations, I think some of the mindset historically has been that the fire department sits around and waits for the call to come. Those days are long gone. You just saw all the call volume, the density, the program, the project work. So one of the things being an all risk is that we take our toolbox, that pumper, to every single call that we go on. So there's a lot of questions out there is why is that pumper responding to that man down call or these other type of calls, because the very next call could be a wildfire, could be a vehicle fire, could be an extrication, could be an EMS, could be anything that was just addressed. So that goes with us everywhere we go because the qualified personnel and the equipment is what we're able to provide that community service with. And there's a lot of different call types. We have national state requirements that are keeping us to a reporting responsibility. Chief Connolly alluded to technology. Huge response in technology. We're actually in the middle of upgrading our electronic patient care reporting. Right now, we spend about 20 to 45 minutes on a call. That's getting cut down, has been getting cut down with the new technology. We'll think we'll be around 10 to 15 per call. Again, that varies on the type of the call and the magnitude. And so all of that is going to allow for more efficiency as we move through in the operational side. We have requirements for physical training for our firefighters, for health, for conditioning, to minimize cardiac arrest issues. They're there for 48 hours at a time. And so there's a lot of work that's done, program work. There's 5,000 plus hours that's done by the crews that work in program work alone. That's stuff like maintaining our equipment, keeping the equipment, ordering equipment, everything that we need logistically. We have a small support team in fire admin that's handled right now by it. You can see that it's getting to that push point with how many calls that we have. So a really big lift all the way across the board. And then obviously the final thing is public contacts. That's what we love to do. We're here to serve the community. We love being part of the public. We love interacting, engaging with them, and so we're happy to be able to continue to do that as we move forward. Turn it over to training.
Okay, looks like our time froze, so I'm excited about that. But just quickly on training. Training is crucial in a fire department. It ensures that firefighters are prepared to handle emergencies efficiently and safely. Regular training improves their knowledge of fire behavior, rescue techniques, and the equipment, allowing them to respond quickly and effectively. It also minimizes risks to both the firefighters and the public by fostering teamwork, communication, and decision-making under pressure. Our staff documented over 32,000 hours of training in 2024, and that's fire and rescue training, not including EMS training. So they actually did a lot more training than just that. There's a saying in the fire division, we do not rise to the level of our expectations, we fail to the level of our training. And this quote is a reminder to the staff of the importance and the value that training has on their personal safety and how they can provide exceptional service to our community. We do have our own internal, for the last 30 years, we've had our own internal academy. So we do train all of our recruits here in Flagstaff. As of 2016, we have now opened that up to the GFR Academy. So we are the regional training facility for the region. And as you can see on the screen, the training is very diverse. And it's just like any given day where it might require a very diverse skill set and response. So they are training to be prepared. Thank you.
Mayor, Council, I'd like to preface this slide with, we will be coming forward to you with a more robust annual report on the CARE program. Terrace and Fire will be coming forward. Just a quick highlight of some of the numbers that we're seeing right now. I know many of you are aware of it. This is a unit that was created back in 2022 to respond to a lot of the lower acuity calls that we're seeing in the community. Currently, it's staffed with a firefighter, EMT, and a mental health clinician with the intent of reducing sending PD and fire to those type of calls. The goal for the CARE is as a street to facility unit to assist with resources, transports, and public outreach. As you can see, over the past 3 years, the unit has been busy. We're at 1,800 calls for this past year, and we just set a record with this last month, over 200 calls last month. Just found that out this morning. The unit also has diverted almost 87% of cases away from the emergency room by giving clients another option for their needs. During 911 dispatch or public outreach, the unit has shown to be a viable alternative for PD having to respond to. The staff on the unit has only requested a PD presence on just over 1% of calls. With this being a low acuity non-emergent vehicle, response times over the past 3 years have remained in that 15-minute window. For an update, the agenda item that you approved in October with transitioning our firefighters off of it and being inclusive within Teros, they are currently working through that process right now. Just got an update today that they are in the interview process with some individuals and some ride-alongs. Hope to have that update fully to you with our annual report, and we'll let you know what happens there. But another plug, if you want to do a ride-along, reach out. Thank you.
So recently I had the opportunity to talk to you about the 5 E's of community risk reduction. I won't go at length in that. The message is and was that represents the totality of all of our efforts at the fire department. But within the fire department, we have a division that is the Community Risk Reduction Division. And I'll speak to the fire prevention group. If you recall the breakout of our employee base, 2 people in fire prevention. Those 2 people are doing all new construction inspections for fire protection equipment. They're making sure that all these special events are safe when we have them in our community, and they have ongoing inspection responsibilities at higher risk occupancies. Last year, those 2 conducted 852 plan reviews and 762 field inspections, another busy part of our organization.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. It's very nice to see everyone again. Within the last quarter, Wildland Fire Management had an opportunity to be involved in that presentation the chief just talked to, so I'm just going to talk through a couple of higher level slides, one of those being accomplishments. And I think it's important, and we've talked about this in the past, but to continue to have this conversation, Wildland Fire Management is basically broken down into 2 processes. It's managing lands, and then it's enabling conditions for community resilience and reducing community vulnerability. Land management is not something that a typical municipal wildland fire or a municipal fire department would engage in, but we're lucky enough to have some skill sets within our program that allow us to do that, mainly Neil Chapman and his team give us quite a bit of breadth and scope there, which is great. And then some of the accomplishments that we've experienced over the last year, For total, on the FWPP footprint, we've had 10,000 acres of beneficial fire within just the Coconino National Forest FWPP footprint. That is across the landscapes in Fort Fry. That is top nationally between the Kaibab, the Apache Sitgraves, and the Coconino National Forest, excuse me. Sorry about that. So within that, we, at the Flagstaff Fire Department, we've been able to engage at a level of about 600 acres of prescribed fire treatment in and around the city. And that gives us a strategic and tactical advantage beyond what we normally see. 600 acres is our goal. That's what we would like to get to annually. And that gives us a return interval of about every 5 to 6 years, which is a major benefit for us. I think it's important to touch on some of the technologies we're leveraging, some of the strategic initiatives that we have going. Mainly, we've got 3 right now. We've got community meetings. We're moving into our response and suppression phase. So to Jessica's point, training has been a big piece of that. Over the last 2 weeks, all of our operational staff have gone through their annual wildland fire annual refresher training that every operational personnel is required to complete. In completing that, they've gone through assessments, they've gone through simulators, and they've gone through hands-on training with all new apparatus. We're aggressively working on solutions to address wildland fire risk and insurance through a Western States working group. And then I want to call out 2 community or internal partners, Director Antonopoulos' team within sustainability, and Director Overton's team within Public Works on the recent Pine Needle pickup that we will continue to roll out phases for. That's given us a big benefit in educating our community. The Coconino National Forest has recently brought in a fire prevention education team. Sustainability, partnered through Noah Baker and Fire, are getting plugged in with them, and more to come on that.
So that is our presentation. We appreciate the opportunity. We'll answer any questions you may have, of course. We appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. This was a very broad-based kind of a conversation, what we anticipate in future opportunities to speak with you. Maybe we'll take a slice of the department and we'll do a little bit of a deeper dive. But appreciate the opportunity tonight.
We have a couple of questions. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I don't have a question, just a comment for both police and fire. I've gotten to know all of you and appreciate your hard work. And you know, you really add a personal touch to the community, from working with me out at Mobile Haven to helping my house become more safe with the fires, and the mayor as well. You came to her house. So it's been a pleasure and an honor to work along with you. And for those on council, if you haven't done the ride-alongs, I really would recommend it. And I just appreciate all of your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Chief, so earlier during public participation, we heard from community member Mr. Carter, it kind of probably speaking as maybe a voice box for the entire community, with some concerns about, of course, the weather this year and what we're looking forward in the future. I know, because we're all part of the budgeting process and we look at all the numbers, that our budget is right on par and that we are right-sized for our community, and that we have plenty of all the help that we need. We're having a little bit of an issue with recruitment, but that doesn't speak to the budget. You can just briefly reassure the public that we're doing all right, or whatever you'd like to say.
Asking a fire chief if we're doing all right, that's a loaded question. The fire department, much like most of your general fund entities, all could benefit from additional resources in this community. The growth and the pace, well discussed, well known. I'll tell you, we're very grateful for the funding levels that we receive, and our goal is to use it responsibly and make the biggest impact for fire and life safety in this community. Certainly, there are some known enhancements for the fire department and all the departments, so I wouldn't want to stand up here and kind of single ourselves out. That's known, but we participate in the vibrant budget process that the police chief had mentioned, because there are limited resources, and we rely on that budget effort, and all of the directors participate with the city manager's team and the budget team to try to figure out where the best place to put those resources are. That's about as answery as I think I can get on that.
I appreciate that. Council member reminded me not to put words into your mouth. So while we're doing all right, we are facing the challenges, it sounds like what you're saying.
Absolutely.
And we're definitely working through those with the budgetary process. So thank you for that comment, Chief.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I forget, I do want to do not a ride-along, but participate in a prescribed burn. I heard from Councilmember House that it was really fun to light fires under a controlled environment.
We will
Put
make
me on
that
the list.
happen.
And then secondly, just to kind of piggyback on Councilmember Garcia, while your response was very scripted to every department that we talked to about their vacancies and budget needs and stuff, you're also very politically correct. But what is our current, I don't think we covered it, but what's our current vacancy that we have right now in the fire department?
As of this morning, we have 3 vacancies. And we're recruiting, so the timing could not be better. I will say the news from this morning, applications are up, not good, but up. We have about 40 applications. We'd like to see several hundred. Came from another time and place where we might anticipate disappointed if we didn't get several thousand. That is not the case in the fire service any longer. So we're trying to adjust our training approaches and our recruitment approaches. We are having a lot of hard discussions about we may have to hire more, I should say, less qualified people and then train them for the technical aspects. And that doesn't scare us at all. We're going to look for the best humans, and we can teach them how to do these skills. There's an aptitude, certainly, but we want content of character, and then we can help you get the skill set you need. We haven't had to do that in the past. We've always looked for baseline skill sets and content of character, and now we are having to rethink that. We may have to go appeal to a broader applicant pool that has less qualifications, then help them get there.
And with the incoming retirement wave, can we just put a freeze on that? No, I'm teasing. Nobody retires.
I actually check routinely with a couple of them, and I cannot say the response I get at a public forum. So they're ready. And we're talking about 30 and 35-year folks. They have really served. And when it's time, and it's time, it's time to
Well, I
to help
really
them.
appreciate it, and I think my colleagues do, that you're in front of it, recognizing it, and working towards that now to be prepared so it doesn't catch us too off guard. So thank you so much for both the fire and the police department. We really appreciate the quality of, just the departments and what you all bring to our community and stuff, and just thank you for all your work.
Thank you.
Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief and team, for your presentation. This was great, just to hear these updates and get more into the weeds in terms of some of what your programs are doing right now in our community. I might have phrased it a little bit differently, Councilmember Matthews, about how much joy I had in going out and participating in the prescribed burn, but
It is fun. It's fun, admit it.
It's a lot of fun. I cannot say that you were inaccurate in that description, but certainly am interested in also participating in any other sorts of ride-alongs and things like that I can do with your team. And to both you and the police department, just thanks for, as others have said this evening, all of the work that you do in partnership with the entire city team, but also with each other to make sure that we're covering all the bases. I think both of you focused on a lot of the work that's being done in terms of mental and behavioral health, which is, of course, a very central and key topic for me. I am very passionate about the types of recovery resources that are available within our community, and some that are not available yet, but that we're continuously working on and looking at how we can bring those resources to our community. So very grateful for all of that work and just all that both of your teams are doing to continuously serve our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have just a couple quick things. First of all, Chief, I didn't get to mention when you were up there that I love the additional focus on the community and the groups that you're bringing together to sit down and talk about concerns with different constituencies in Flagstaff. So thank you very much. And for all the, Vice Mayor mentioned Mobile Haven, all that community outreach and getting to know people in the neighborhoods, it means a lot to members of our community. And you all talked about how many firefighters you have and how many you have on the wildland side of things, but each firefighter is trained in wildland firefighting, correct? So that's 90 firefighters available for wildland.
It's all firefighters, all structural firefighters are trained wildland firefighters. It's a core tenet of being a firefighter in this region.
And do you happen, and I'm throwing one at you, do you happen to know how many firefighters are in the, around the region? 200. And does that include Flagstaff?
Flagstaff, Summit, Highlands, Pinewood, Ponderosa, and Camp Pendleton.
So we have 200 paid, trained, professional firefighters at any given time in this area.
A third of those are on duty at any given time.
Okay.
That's the total number. So on any given day, about a third of that number is working. 3 shifts.
Great, thank you. That is all that I had, and I don't see any additional questions. So
Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
all.
That's all from my report. Sorry, there's a lot of information which I think we all found of high interest, but I took a little bit of time, so thank you.
Oh, absolutely. Okay. Yes, thank you. All right. So introduction to building and fire codes.
Almost ready. I just popped out to eat a snack. I thought they were going to go longer, but I'm back. Okay. All right. Good evening or afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Genevieve Pearthree. I'm with the Flagstaff Sustainability Office, but this is a group presentation, so we also have Amy Tressler from Building Safety, Chris Jack and Neil Chapman from Fire, Tamara Lawless from Water Services. And we're going to be talking about building and fire codes as an introduction, just a chance to talk about what they are, give you a chance to ask questions, things like that. Okay, so why are we here today? The city is on a 6-year building and fire code update cycle. The 2018 codes were adopted in June 2019. The 2024 codes are now published. So we are beginning the process to look at the 2024 codes, and this is the first step in the code adoption cycle. So we're basically using this presentation to kick off the effort to look at the codes and consider what the city will bring, what staff will bring forward for adoption in consultation with the community. And building and fire codes connect to many of the city's goals and policies, which we'll talk about in more detail. So really our goal for today is just to provide an overview of what building and fire codes are, to provide context for future discussions and decisions. And as I mentioned, this is a shared presentation, so Amy's gonna talk about building code, Fire's gonna talk about, obviously, fire code. Water Services is gonna talk about how building code relates to water conservation goals. So I will be talking about how the building and fire codes relate to sustainability goals. We'll talk a little bit about bigger pictures, other local and regional initiatives on building and fire codes, and then Amy will bring it back to talk about next steps. So that being said, I will pass it on to Amy.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I am Amy Tressler. I'm the building official for our Building Safety and Code Compliance team. So first off, building codes. What are they? Well, building codes are society's best way of protecting homes, offices, schools, manufacturing facilities, stores, entertainment venues from disasters like fires, floods, earthquakes, and hurricanes. They are the foundation for community resilience, ensuring that buildings are safe, sustainable, and energy efficient. And that is a direct quote out of International Code Council's, all of the code books in the preface. You can find that in every single code book. So what is a model code? A model code is a standardized, excuse me, let me start over. The city of Flagstaff has a history of adopting model codes through International Code Council, and some of our earliest model code adoptions for Flagstaff was the National Building Code dating all the way back to 1949. Just to give you a little bit of background, this has been around for quite a while. And the purpose of the model building codes, by adopting the latest version of the International Code Council model codes, it promotes uniformity and consistency as the international codes are widely adopted across the United States. And local amendments to building codes. Due to Flagstaff's unique climate conditions, as well as the character of our great city, we adopt amendments specific to our area, such as snow loads and radon abatement. And radon abatement is actually in the appendices chapter of the building code, but we do adopt it for the city of Flagstaff for mitigation. And code updates and adoption frequencies. To adopt the codes, there's extensive research and internal and external processes that requires nearly a year to complete or even longer, depending on current workloads and staffing shortages. Flagstaff is and has historically been on a 6-year code adoption cycle, which is consistent and typical with most jurisdictions. So why building code updates matter? There is a code adoption or code hearing process as a national, and it is a national process that all building officials are able to participate in by voting on proposed code changes to the model codes. On the slide, you'll see a handful of reasons why they matter, which is protecting public health, code hearing processes, and advancements in technology. Continuing on why they matter, which would be for insurance service ratings. So this is what we call the ISO, so the Insurance Service Office ratings, which directly impacts homeowners and the rising insurance costs. So aside from the City of Flagstaff's commitment to promote responsible and safe construction, adopting new model codes, it contributes to lowering the cost of insurance premiums. And currently, Flagstaff is due for another audit in the beginning of January 2026. So our goal is to have this adoption completed by December of 2025, so it does not impact our community. And next is a very long, extensive list of the 14 codes that we currently have adopted and enforce in building safety. It's a very long list. I can go over each of them if you would like. Otherwise, we look to adopt all of the same codes, but in the newest version for this cycle. And over the next several months, we will be returning to present all of the code updates, or all of the proposed code updates, modifications, and additions. And building safety's next steps include reviewing the 2024 suite of codes, including all of the appendices, exploring potential local amendments, engaging city and community partners, and then coming back to City Council with our findings and looking for recommendations. And that is it for me right now. It will be on to Chris, Jack, and Fire.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Chris Jack with the Fire Department, and I have Neil Chapman here with me too to go over any wildland questions you might have. So going over fire codes, just to add on to what Amy had. So the fire code and the WUI code we have listed here, that's what the Fire Department enforces. Directly from the code is to establish minimum requirements that are nationally recognized, meeting life safety and property protection. That's from fire, explosion, and dangerous conditions. That can be hazardous materials or something similar to that. This involves new and existing buildings, structures, and premises. That is following the process from new construction, and then as the life of the building goes on, we do periodic inspections, making sure things are staying safe. This is also, and most people don't think about it, providing a reasonable level of safety to firefighters and emergency responders. That's when we respond to a fire, making sure some of the stuff in the code is actually, there's no booby traps that people have for firefighters responding. Things like that most people wouldn't think about. On to the WUI code, also hitting the nationally recognized good practices for life safety. The intent is to mitigate risk to life and structures, vice versa from a wildland fire turning into a structure fire to an adjacent structure fire, or a wildland fire becoming a structure fire. So kind of doing back and forth both directions. That the main aspects of the WUI code are ignition-resistant construction, defensible space around the property, and having a water supply and access for fire department get in there and do what we need to. We also fall into the ISO ratings. It's a public protection classification. Flagstaff is currently a 2. That's a rating from 1 to 10, 1 being the best, 10 being the worst. They use that to establish insurance premiums for both commercial and residential. When they're doing that, they're looking at a very wide range of what the city's response capability could be. So they're looking at communications, that's our dispatching, the training, the equipment, the abilities of dispatching to get us notified, answer 911, that whole process. Looking at the fire department, our equipment, how old or new our equipment is, staffing, training, our location, geographic deployment of our stations. They look at the water supply system. How good is our water supply, the pressures it has, inspection and testing of hydrants, what kind of reserve water we have for firefighting. And then the community efforts that falls into the code, having newer codes. If we had old codes, that would take us down. Public education and fire investigation programs. We only have a couple codes. We're going off of the IFC, the fire code, and then the WUI code, the International Wildland Interface Code. We're wanting to take both of these to the 24 code. Currently, we're in the 2006 WUI code. One thing that we also have to deal with on the fire side is the state adopts a fire code as well. That becomes a minimum across the state. So we have to also match what they're doing at a minimum, and then we can always make ours more stringent if we choose to. So the next steps for fire is we do need to see the state is working on their adoption of the fire code. I've heard that they're going to change their amendments that they're adopting, so seeing what they come up with, knowing what we have to bring in on ours. We'll look at our current amendments. Sometimes those get brought into a code update that we don't need that amendment anymore. So we'll evaluate that. And then also looking at the WUI code amendments, one of those is possibly bringing in the business and home safety, wildfire prepared home and neighborhood standards that would be, it's actually above and beyond what FireWise standards are. So looking at those, and that would be all I got for fire.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Tamara Lawless, the Water Conservation Program Manager. So how does this tie into water? We have some long-term goals. We have a 2020 Water Conservation Strategic Plan. And basically, we are looking at approximately 1 gallon a year that we're hoping to see in reductions in kind of total per person use. So that goal is around 80 gallons per person per day in 2040. And right now, we're using about 89. So we've got about 9 more gallons to drop. And codes are one of the most effective way and affordable way to get conservation because we're just building more efficient buildings into the future. And we use conservation as a long-term water source. So when we're doing our planning for our community, we're kind of anticipating that this conservation is happening over time in our planning, tied to, you know, our 100-year designation and also the regional plan. So we do have a few current local amendments to the International Plumbing Code. So right now we have a lower rate for urinals and a lower rate for water closets or toilets in Flagstaff. So we already have a little bit more of an aggressive, more efficient code than the state or the nation. And what we want to think about and explore for this next batch of code updates is whether or not we could look at doing WaterSense labeled fixtures for things like toilets, shower heads, and faucets. So basically, WaterSense is a federal program. It's similar to Energy SAR, so they provide a label to certain fixtures, and they give that label to fixtures that they've assessed the efficiency, so how much water it uses, and the efficacy, so they make sure it actually works well. So they have engineers that very rigorously assess things like the spray force of a shower head and how much coverage it's getting, and that it responds well to pressure compensation, things like that. So that's why we really like to see that label on things, because we know it's actually going to work well and it's going to be efficient. For your information, Sierra Vista in Arizona does require this label on fixtures, so we wouldn't be the first city in Arizona to consider this type of amendment. And another thing that is beneficial about considering a WaterSense label is that the efficiency requirements move over time. So I'll get into more detail next time we chat about this, about, you know, how much more efficient these fixtures are than others. But say we passed an amendment that said now shower heads and faucets and toilets need to be WaterSense labeled. If in 10 years or 15 years WaterSense says, hey, we can go to a more efficient requirement, we don't have to make a change to our code. We would just kind of move with the WaterSense requirement. And then I just wanted to note that we also often give rebates for residents, for businesses to upgrade to more efficient fixtures, and that our rebates always exceed the code. So we want to give people an incentive to even do better than what we require in code. Thanks. Move on to sustainability. Oh, yes.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you. I remember when I first got on council and toured the different departments and divisions and went out to our wastewater, learning about all of our sewer lines are gravity-based. So with WaterSense, low flow toilets and such, does there get to be a risk of us not having adequate pressure to keep the sewer lines moving?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Yeah, so that is a challenge that we see around the country, and you're right that Flagstaff has that challenge too, that as plumbing in general has gotten more efficient, that when those original lines were laid, you know, the anticipation for how much flow was gonna come through is different from the reality. So Yeah, I do think that that is a possible challenge. It especially is a challenge for existing infrastructure. There could be opportunities for, so when we're talking about changing the code, that mostly is affecting new development. And so the way that we design the flows can be anticipating the rates that we are planning for in the future. But, you know, there might be situations in the future where we might need to add flow into sections of the sewer to make sure that it's moving correctly. We might need to consider lift stations. We might need to consider pressurization. So I think kind of regardless of whether or not we look at this level of efficiency, the efficiency is just changing regardless into the future. And so I think we're going to have to manage it as those challenges arise.
And I appreciate that acknowledgement too,
Yeah.
because sometimes the unintended consequences, like, oh, we were so efficient, and now
Yes.
we've got an issue with our flows.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm back. Okay, continuing on, so how does sustainability goals and policies relate to building and fire codes? So the carbon neutrality plan has many goals related to building and fire codes. And as Tamara mentioned, this building and fire codes primarily relate to new development. So we're mostly talking about new development in this case. So what kind of codes do new buildings in Flagstaff have to meet? Sometimes there is redevelopment, but again, it's mostly new development. So just want to clarify that. So one of the goals and policies in the carbon neutrality plan is to require new homes in Flagstaff to be net zero by 2030. So again, just as a refresher, net zero means that a house or a building, whether it's residential or commercial, doesn't use more electricity than is generated on site. So usually that's through rooftop solar. So part of the kind of sub-goals of that larger goal to be net zero by 2030 is to implement progressively more aggressive building codes, as well as ensuring that the building code is inclusive of changing technology, especially with renewable energy, energy efficiency, battery storage, electrification, et cetera. There is a component, also another goal that says reduce energy use in existing buildings. Most of this is not accomplished through the building code. It's only if something pulls a building permit and it triggers compliance with codes, then that could lead to reductions in energy use in existing buildings. But most of the programming for reducing building energy use in existing buildings does not deal with the building code. But another part that the building code does impact are encouraging low emissions, energy efficient climate control measures in new buildings, such as better weatherization and air sealing, more insulation, really creating more climate resilient buildings. I was actually on a training this morning. They were talking about well-insulated buildings and passive survivability when the power goes out. So studies showing folks being healthier and safer when their buildings are better insulated when they have no power for prolonged periods of time. So just thinking about how do these things connect with creating more resilient community in the future as well. And then another part that building and fire codes touch on, water conservation. Obviously, Tamara talked about that quite a bit, but also solar, renewable energy, and electric vehicles. So I know our presentation is a bit wide-ranging tonight with lots of different topics, but they really all touch on building and fire codes. So that's why all of us are up here tonight. So just a couple things in the current code. Tamara mentioned some water conservation features that we have in our current code. We also have some energy conservation features, as well as solar-ready provisions. So these are both in the international residential and international building codes, so that basically deals with all different types of buildings between those two codes. There are some solar-ready provisions for detached 1 and 2 unit homes and townhomes, basically requiring that the main electrical panel has a reserved space for future solar electric when it's feasible. And then there are electric vehicle charging requirements. They're a little bit different depending on if it's a smaller building with a garage versus a parking lot serving a larger building. So if you have a garage, there's requirements to have an outlet and the infrastructure needed to plug in an electric vehicle in that garage. If it's a larger development with new parking spaces, if there are at least 20 new parking spaces, you need one EV-ready space, and that basically has all the electric infrastructure underneath the parking lot, so someone can just put a charger on top if they want to. And that number of required EV-ready spaces goes up depending on the number of new spaces. So those are some things that we have in our current codes. And then I will talk about where we're going, or at least where the carbon neutrality plan is calling for us to go. So again, it was adopted in 2021. You'll hear more about it in the carbon neutrality plan update, a couple presentations after this one. We're in the middle phase, which is the systems change phase And it includes code and policy revisions. And so the building and fire code updates kind of fit into that larger code and policy revisions. So we've heard a lot about LASCAP and other kind of things that we're doing to look at our codes. The building code updates kind of fits in this larger ecosystem of looking at code and policy revisions. Okay, so this is a simplified graph of a, pretty simplified graph, basically showing how the energy use per square foot of the building codes adopted in Flagstaff has decreased over time as the codes have gotten stricter. So the blue line is the energy codes that Flagstaff has adopted. We are the blue star with the orange outline, so that shows where we are. The 2024 International Energy Conservation Code, or IECC, is brings us a little bit closer to getting to net zero, so that's where that gold star is. But we see that we're not there yet, so we have ways to go. We're making progress. We've done a lot, but we still have things to do to get our codes to be net zero by 2024. So that just brings up questions that council you'll need to consider as we look at this code adoption process as well as into the future. Okay, moving forward. I got two computers going. Okay, the next one, some options to advance carbon neutrality plan goals to get us closer to that net zero goal, as well as some other goals in the carbon neutrality plan. So one thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna be looking at potential local amendments in several different topics having to do with energy. So building energy and weatherization, solar readiness, EV charging, and as I mentioned, we already have some stuff in our code dealing with some of those topics. Also looking at indoor air quality, alternative building materials, low carbon construction, water conservation as previously mentioned, potentially other topics, as well as looking at some other codes that the city could adopt if we wanted to, including the International Green Construction Code that fosters high performance buildings, and looking at other local amendments focused on municipal city building performance standards. Okay, and I'm going to have one more section of the presentation before I turn it over to Amy. So kind of look at the bigger pictures. We've been talking about Flagstaff, but what else is going on with code updates in Flagstaff, as well as building and fire code stuff in other Arizona cities, as well as regional code initiatives. So I mentioned LASCAP. So the code diagnostic reports, that was the first task in the code analysis project. You heard about that one a little while ago. I don't remember exactly when it was. But the consultant team in the LASCAP project did look at the building and fire code. And so there are things that we can consider as we move forward with this building and fire code update. As well as code changes outside of the zoning code will be considered as part of a larger overall analysis. So basically, we're looking at a lot of codes right now. It's good to kind of see how all these things fit together. And then looking at other cities' building codes, this is a draft, so if any city changes their mind, please don't hold us to this. But this is basically the information we were able to glean from different cities' websites, as well as talking with our partners who are working with these cities. So basically, as we can see in the current adopted code column, we see that a lot of cities are on a similar code adoption cycle as Flagstaff. So a lot of cities are on the 2018 set of codes with local amendments, and a lot of them have indicated that they do intend to adopt the 2024 suite of codes with local amendments that will look different in every city. Arizona is a home rule state, so every city adopts their own, or municipal jurisdiction, I guess, counties too, adopt their own building codes, so that's why we don't have a statewide building code. But a lot of cities do tend to follow this cycle, and so this just kind of shows how Flagstaff fits in with what other Arizona cities are doing. And I will call out Sierra Vista, as Tamara mentioned, they already have a requirement for toilets and hot water fixtures to be WaterSense labeled. And then just for fire code, there are, just repeating a little bit what Chris and Neil said, but basically the state of Arizona is adopting the 2024 IFC. This is a list of where other cities are with their building codes and counties as well. So just there's a variety there. I don't know about their plans, but as we mentioned, the city Flagstaff Fire Department intends to move forward with the 2024 fire codes and WUI code. Okay, moving on, one last thing before I pass it to Amy. So there's a larger project going on called the Resilient Southwest Building Code Collaborative that is funded by the Department of Energy. And the goal is to transform building construction practices across the Southwest to achieve highly efficient and climate resilient buildings and communities while preserving affordability and regional characteristics. So it's a really cool project that the city of Flagstaff is a part of. It has a bunch of jurisdictions in Arizona as well as a few in New Mexico. along with technical partners and engagement partners and state partners as well in Arizona and in New Mexico. And we can see a bunch of Arizona cities, including Flagstaff, as well as Coconino County, are all members. And basically, it's kind of a longer-term project beyond the scope of the building code update that we're talking about today, but just good to kind of think about where these things are going kind of longer term. So basically, one of the desired outcomes is to do a regional resilience code. So basically, a potential appendix that cities can adopt to improve the resilience of their new and existing buildings. So that's one thing that's going to come out of this project. Probably not till a little while from now. So we don't have it right now, but just know that it's coming. Also a net zero roadmap. So really how can helping cities and municipalities get to net zero between where they are now with their codes to getting to net zero. And again, net zero homes have very, very low utility bills. They don't use more energy than they produce, so it's definitely a benefit for folks that live in those homes to be able to have that. Also looking at implementation resources, really supporting building departments and industry to adopt more progressive energy and resilience codes, including the current 2024 International Energy Conservation Code, providing community resources about building codes, so kind of supporting cities with that outreach process and engagement process, as well as providing workforce training and education to really grow the workforce that can implement building codes as they get updated. So it's a really, really neat comprehensive project, and I'm excited to see where it goes in the future. All right, and with that, I will turn it back to Amy. Thank you.
Genevieve, we have a question from Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Just some clarification in some of your comments. When you said that our energy efficient homes don't use any more energy than they produce, that is if when we are requiring a builder to put in the infrastructure for solar and stuff, that they're actually utilized, correct?
Yeah, so basically that assumes they have very low energy use, and whatever they have is offset often by rooftop solar that is
So
installed.
I've heard out in the community that already some of our energy efficient homes that have been built, there's a low number of home buyers that buy these homes actually putting solar on their roofs. So it's out there, so it makes me wonder, will we be measuring the actual emissions being produced, or just meeting the concept that we could? And with the last I heard, and it's probably gone up, I know this is more carbon neutrality plan, but it's an $800 million price tag. So I just want to say it out loud that our net zero goal, I want us to be really careful that we are not negatively impacting our housing affordability. And I know that it's said that, well, the utility cost is really a lot lower for people who live in these buildings, but also the initial cost to go in. So, I just wanted to say that out loud, that I almost think that if we focused our energy on actually putting solar on people's houses, and providing that, I don't know if there's a grant out there or whatever, but if we all had solar and actually used it, and not just requiring the infrastructure to be there, we might be more effective in meeting those goals and providing some kind of access to homeowners, whether it's new homes or older homes, and giving people the availability to have solar. So I just wanted to say those things out loud, because it does make me a little nervous to be so aggressive in these goals that so far not a lot of people are utilizing in the new homes, and how that impacts our housing crisis. So it wasn't really a question. It was just things that make me pause and be concerned that we aren't, seeing the forest through the trees. So
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely. And I'll do a quick response. Yeah, I absolutely understand what you're saying. We know cost is at the forefront of everyone's minds. It's at the forefront of our minds too. So that's some of the research that we're going to be doing is looking at that construction cost versus utility costs. How long does it take to offset any additional construction costs with utility savings? So that's information that we will bring back to you so that you can make an informed decision having that information. I will say, as a teaser, I was on a training this morning for the 2024 International Energy Code, and the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory was doing some modeling on that, and they actually found our climate zone had basically an almost instantaneous return, at least compared to the 2024 Energy Code. Upfront cost versus cost savings. So actually really good for our climate. I'd love to learn more, so I don't want to speak out of turn and say something I can't back up later. But we're gonna be looking into all of that. So I absolutely understand where you're coming from. And I would say too that, there's also net zero ready homes, so they don't necessarily have to have, not everyone wants to install solar or can at the time when they construct their home. So I think there's a lot of options. I think the way that I would look at it is that energy reductions in energy use, energy savings are beneficial in general. So not every home in Flagstaff is going to be net zero, but some homes might be, and other homes maybe have lower energy use too.
Well, I'm encouraged to hear that you're coming back with some of that data, and I'd like to kind of ask that we also monitor usage, that, how many of these homes that are solar ready are actually installing them, because that might bring up another challenge that we should look at to say, how can we incentivize these homeowners to actually put the solar on there now that they've purchased the house so they can start using it, instead of just patting ourselves on the back to say, well, they're energy efficient, solar ready, but not counting who's actually participating in that. So that might be, just put a bug in your ear. I'd like to have that number. Thank you.
Sounds good. All right. So we will just go through the final last steps as far as this presentation is concerned. So what you're seeing right now is our draft code adoption timeline. We have it starting for April with a January 2026 full implementation. This is a very, very aggressive schedule, and I am not sure that we can make it, but this is really what we are going to strive for, and we will be aggressive in getting there. So what it looks like is between April and June, we will be working with a consulting firm to analyze all of the code changes, especially the significant ones that would impact what our current code adoption is, or specifically our community. We will also be working on drafting amendments at that point. Between July and September is when we start engaging all of our partners. So staff, community members, developers, our Board of Appeals, and having our public outreach presentations so we can start getting some positive feedback and working towards finalizing those draft amendments to be able to bring it towards or into the October 2025 council work session. And at that point, that's where we will go through what the significant changes are, what our draft recommendations are, and hope for some feedback on what council would like to see and how we move forward. So November 2025, that is, hopefully we'll be able to review the work session comments and draft our final amendments and move forward with the adoption process for December and January. And just to provide an example of all of our partners in the code adoption process, especially ones that make it successful, there's a whole variety of technical experts as well as community leaders. So successful code adoption requires partners from all across the Flagstaff community, including technical experts at the city and outside the city, as well as our community leaders and elected officials. Our partners, I tried to list as many as we could here. I know that we've missed some, but this should be pretty comprehensive. And that concludes the presentation. So thank you for having us here today, and we are happy to answer questions.
Council, do you have any questions or comments? Vice Mayor?
Thank you for the presentation. So for the community and partners, how are you going to engage them? How will they know when it starts?
So we will be using social media. We'll be reaching out to the design community. I'm trying to remember, Jenny, how did we reach out to so many of our public outreach? I'm bringing Jenny up. She was my partner, the last one.
Hi, Mayor and Council. Jenny Newman, Climate Action Section Director. So we did this in 2019, and we did it. We had a couple open houses, events where we specifically reached out to those building professionals through email lists and social media and tried to really bring them in, as well as going to them. We went to interest groups, where one of those interest groups isn't here anymore, but we will work to kind of figure out how to go where the building professionals go, because we know that that will be the most successful.
And then as far as reaching out to homeowners, that was really through social media and just putting that information out there every way we could.
Any additional questions? Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and thank you for that question, Councilmember Sweet. That was directly where I was headed with it, and I just wanted to kind of drive the point home that I counted at least 6 opportunities, or 5 or 6 opportunities on a couple of slides back for the community and the public to engage with this process and give their feedback. And within that, I also saw a section of a few months or a couple of months where the community is going to, what Jenny just spoke to, really be able to go to their local neighborhoods or somewhere besides public meetings to engage with this process.
Right.
And encourage the public to do so. Thank you so much.
Yeah, just to give you an example, the last one that we ran was at the Murdoch Center. And we also ran one at the Aquaplex. And we did it during times where homeowners, off work hours, were able to attend.
Excellent work, excellent presentation, and a nice showing of how all of our departments come together to make these things happen in unique ways. When you think of sustainability, you don't often think of community engagement, but that they play a big role in community engagement. Thank you.
Councilmember Aslan.
Thank you.
Just a minute. Sorry, let me allow you to respond to that.
Well, it was actually a perfect segue, because I meant to mention at the beginning that we often think of residential when we think of new construction and costs, but also we have a thriving business community in Flagstaff, commercial building needs, and so I wanted to give a shout out to our other staff, city partners who aren't here today. Actually, one of them's here today, not physically presenting today, but we have economic vitality staff as well as housing that are partners in this too. So just to kind of keep that in mind, that it is a bigger picture. Residential is a huge part of it, and we are really focused on housing, but that, you know, there are commercial building needs as well. So thank you.
Mayor, thank you. Genevieve, the whole team, everybody, a lot of work has gone into this already, and there's a lot of work that still needs to go into it. Thank you. I just want to acknowledge all of that hard work. And the input that you're seeking. One thing I just wanted to sort of mention so that it's part of the context of this overall conversation is that these codes are already available. These are technologies that are already in use. So we start off way behind the 8 ball as we even begin this process. We like to think about what the future holds, but this is what the present holds. And these are things that others are doing and that we should be doing now, not even a couple years from now. So I generally find myself really enthusiastic about updating old codes and technologies for the world we live in today, much less the one that we're anticipating tomorrow. And when we talk about the cost savings and all the benefits that go to homeowners and residents in these, in these dwellings or buildings that we're all utilizing, we're not just talking about the first generation of people who move into these brand new buildings, right? We're talking about everybody who utilizes these buildings for the next 100 years. So we should be trying to think 100 years from now what people are going to be needing and wanting and how they're going to be spending extra money to retrofit things that we all knew were coming. So it just makes intuitive sense to me that we grease the skids, so to speak, on how we are putting our best foot forward for future residents and future developers and future office dwellers and all that stuff. So really just a comment, you don't need to reflect back on that. I just wanted to put that out there as part of the context. We're really thinking not just about today, but we're using yesterday's technology and abilities to think about today, but this is all about a long time in the future. Many, many, many generations and iterations of residents are going to receive these benefits, and we know we need them, and we already need them.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Genevieve actually answered it already. I was asking if housing was one of the partners you're working with, so thank you very much. I didn't know how to erase the C on my comments, but thank you. I'm glad to hear it.
Councilmember Spence.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to raise perhaps a higher level goal, and I hope this is not an impossible goal to reach, but it's my understanding that for the 2018 code, the Coconino County and the city of Flagstaff achieved congruence, that the codes are, if not identical, city and county very close. And I hope that as the city reviews and finally adopts the new 2024 International Building Codes, that we can at least aspire to bringing the county along with us as close as we can to lockstep. And the obvious reason for trying to achieve this goal is that our builders in northern Arizona work across the city-county line. And if it just makes common sense to me that if we had uniform codes across city-county lines, it would make their work easier. So that's a goal that I'd like to set for myself, and maybe other people can work toward that too.
I agree, and yes, we did collaborate a lot together, and as a matter of fact, our code adoption was in line with the same month and implemented in the same month, so yeah, we worked hand in hand. This year is a little bit different, only because they have a building official vacancy, and so right now, everything is stagnant, and they just have a temporary building official coming in to work 2 days a week, and so right now, they have halted the code adoption process until they can get somebody filling that position. So I have not checked in lately to see where they're at with that, but the last conversation I had was, that's where it was.
Thank you for that reality check.
As soon as they do have somebody on board, I will be sure to be in touch.
Thank you. Great presentation. I don't see any additional questions or comments.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next up we have GIS program and open data portal.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. My name's Rob Spear. I'm your IT manager for GIS, and I'm excited to be here today to talk to you about the GIS program here at the City of Flagstaff. We're going to take a look at the open data portal here in a little bit, but I wanted to go over some background of GIS before we jump into that so that we know it goes into these maps that we see coming across the TV screens, like the one that was just in the fire presentation about where those calls are concentrated at. Going to try to run 2 computers here. See how it goes. If it gets cumbersome, we'll just move on. So GIS is an abbreviation for Geographic Information Systems. There's a big, long definition up there that I'm not going to read word for word, But the maps that we think of as GIS are all made up of these individual layers, each of which is a representation of an individual feature, and they all add up and stack into a representation of the real world. And what I want to focus on in this definition is the part that talks about the understanding of patterns and the improved decision-making that comes out of GIS, because it's a lot more than just finding where something is on a map. So what does GIS do? We all think of GIS as these maps. So I'm going to start out with mapping. This first image is called a bivariate map. It plots two pieces of data at the same time. So this one is showing the age of the buildings on properties, and that's the white to pink, and then the assessed tax value that's going from white to blue. And so by looking at these both at the same time, we can really start seeing patterns appear. So the dark purple are high in both of these areas, and those are ones that are properties that are both new and have a high tax assessment. And so on the other end of the spectrum, the white areas are old and they have a low tax value. So maybe seeing these patterns on a map could drive some policy decisions. And even if these are patterns that we all kind of know, we can go like, oh, those are the new expensive houses over there, and those are the old, less expensive ones over there. Seeing it on a map like this and seeing the hard data presented can help you have these conversations when you're talking about these patterns. This is a visualization of the landfill. It's taken from the far end of the landfill and looking back towards town, so that's Mount Eldon in the background there. And so starting in 2020, GIS has been analyzing data from a drone that's been flying over the landfill. We put a drone out there once every quarter. And from the data that we get from that drone flight, it helps engineers out there know where to move things around at the landfill and basically where the landfill is going to be filling up. The engineers can do a much better job at actually analyzing this stuff, but I think that this shows a good visualization of what we're looking at. And so if you look at this area, this is where they've been working on what they call the working phase. You can see that kind of fill up between 2020 and now. So you can see how that's changing and filling up. So that's another visualization that we can do. GIS is also a major data management hub. So we act as a data warehouse to talk to all these different systems throughout the city. We do work with just about every division and department in the city. The only one that I was having a hard time coming up with an example for is human resources. But there would be some cool opportunities there too if we wanted to look into it. But GIS drives the water services and public works asset and work order management systems. Those are the ones at the top that are CityWorks and Cartograph. The Harris City Suite is the city's ERP. GIS drives all the addresses and property information that makes its way into there for issuing permits and the water meter reads. Hexagon CAD, that's the computer-aided dispatch program. So when you call 911 and your location pops up on a map, that's GIS that's working behind the scenes. And then we pull a lot of data from other sources across the internet, like the county and the state, and all of this adds up to products that anyone at the city can use, staff and the public. We'll take a look at some of those later. So spatial analysis. It's kind of a buzzword. It can mean a lot of different things. Some technical jargon in here. So I want to go through a quick case study. This is going to go real fast. It's a totally made up scenario, but the data and the analysis are real here. So say I'm like a manufacturer of some widget, and I think Flagstaff might be a good place to set up business. And so I want to identify some land where I can build a new factory. And I need some vacant land because I want a new build. So in GIS, I can look at the city boundary and then take a look at the county assessor tables, which I have highlighted here. The county assessor goes out and looks at what's on these properties, and using what they find is actually out there, I can pull out all the vacant properties and then highlight all of those. So that's what I'm left with here. And next, because of what I'm building, I need land that's either zoned commercial or industrial. So I can take all my vacant parcels and put them on top of the zoning, and I'm left with just those. And then I can take out all the properties that aren't commercial or industrial. And then I'm gonna have a pretty big place, so I need parcels that are at least 5 acres. And so here's my 5-acre parcels that are vacant and are zoned industrial or commercial. One of those layers that we saw in the beginning where they were all stacked up was elevation. And because I want this to be a quick build, I don't want to spend a bunch of time and money doing earthwork. I want to find a parcel that's relatively flat. So from our elevation, we can get slope. We can calculate slope. The red areas are super steep. The green areas are flatter. So I can take all those parcels and see what slope they're on and identify the ones that are flat. So now I'm left with these flat parcels. And then one of the other things that's attracted me to Flagstaff is that it's on the 40 and the 17. So I can ship my stuff in any of those directions. And so I want to have my parcel within a half mile of the interstate on-ramps. So I want to find parcels that are within that half mile. And here's our final parcel selection. So that's a real quick way of just going through a GIS analysis where we're using a bunch of different layers that are available to us to find a location that's right for our needs. The next thing we do is communication. So we have all this wonderful data, and we can put it on a map, and then we can start making charts and graphs to analyze the data and to support our decision making. This is a dashboard that shows all of the fire calls that have come in. This updates nightly, so what happens today will be reflected on this dashboard tomorrow. This is some of the data that was driving the map that Jessica showed earlier in the fire presentation of where the concentration of calls was. And it's just going through a little bit of filtering. It selected the wildland calls that were in 2024 and 2025, and then the ones that Station 2 responded to. And we can filter by the unit that responded, even the time of day that the calls came in. And all it's driven off of the map. So now that we're looking at where those specific calls were, maybe there's a need to go out there and look at those areas and see what is going on at those spots and see if there's something we can do to reduce future fires. If you haven't seen Sustainability's websites, they've done a really good job of putting them together. These websites are really easy to make on the ArcGIS platform. They don't require any coding or special web development skills, and that means the sustainability staff can update these whenever they need to on their own, and they end up with a really professional, great-looking website. And this is on the GIS platform that we already have. We don't need another vendor to come in and build websites. Lastly, this one, we're going to plan on promoting this a little bit more next year. This is a publicly available dashboard. It shows where the Parks Department is conducting their snow operations. So when their staff starts an assignment, they go out there, they check in on their phone, they mark their assignment as in progress. It'll turn orange on the map, and then when they're done, it'll turn green. If you're at home and you're wondering if you should head out and you're using a foot trail or a sidewalk to get where you're going, you might want to look at this, see if it's been cleared yet. If not, you can make the decision to stay home for a while. So we've got all this data and all these cool mapping products now, but what do we do with them? How do we use them? We've already seen choosing the right location. We went through that quick analysis. We found vacant parcels that were zoned industrial, commercial, at least 5 acres, that were flat, and they were within half a mile of an interstate ramp. Choose the right location with GIS. This is one that Jessica mentioned in Fire's presentation too. Our senior analyst, Kelsey, developed this one with Fire. You can see that it's just clicking a property on the map and then clicking the button to see how far away the nearest fire station is. Insurance companies use this. It gives the distance and the time to get to the property from the fire station, as well as the distance to the closest fire hydrant. And next, keeping track of things. So the city owns a lot of stuff, everything from the building that we're in, the concrete and the sidewalks, the disc golf baskets in the parks. This is the Public Works Asset Management Program. It's called Cartograph. We started out with a GIS map that showed where the 5,700 streetlights are in the city, and I just chose to drill down to one. This one streetlight has gotten the most attention in all of the city for some reason. It's gotten 7 work orders to be replaced over the past 4 years. I don't know what's going on with that one, but we're keeping track of all that stuff in here. Planning for the future. So the regional plan is in process right now. There's a new one that's being written. It's in review. You'll probably see that really soon. So this is the website that came out of our previous regional plan. It's got a bunch of beautiful GIS maps. These were used for the planning and analysis. I'm sure the next one that's coming out will be even nicer. And I'll show you where to find that here in a little bit. And then finally, responding to emergencies. So our GIS analyst 2, Paul Rosevere, worked with emergency management on this last summer. This is a dashboard that can be used for communications. We're simulating a wildfire up on Mars Hill right here. And really easily we can draw a half-mile circle around it, find the count of how many addresses, how many structures are at risk, find the evacuation zones that are within that half mile, and then we can just blast them with a text message. And then right from here, we can also export a list of addresses that are within there. So when authorities are going out door to door knocking, telling people of an evacuation, they can just cross it off the list. So it's a lot of good stuff, but to get to this point, a long time ago, somebody that I don't know had the forethought to get involved with GIS just so they could draw some properties on a map. So Esri's the biggest name in GIS software. They're like the Microsoft of GIS. And at some point back in 1988, Flagstaff became Esri customer number 348. So if you see some of those other big numbers that are up there, you can tell that we were a very early adopter in this technology. It's let us become a very mature GIS, despite the fact that we have a couple people, we're just little old Flagstaff, it's a small city, but we've been doing this for a long time. So we're very fortunate to have that. My next point in time is 2006. I started here as a technician in 2006, so it's in my mind. This is when GIS was first starting to move from a very specialized piece of desktop software that only people with specific training had and had it installed on their computer, and we started moving to an enterprise platform. So it was around this time that GIS's first web app came out. It looked something like that. It wasn't all that pretty, but it was pretty exciting to get this to the entire organization. And now we've just exploded with the amount of data that we're gathering and maintaining. We've got a couple dozen enterprise databases. I think I counted 8.5 billion records that we're maintaining. And we've got all these dozens of online applications and 3D visualizations that both the staff and the public can use. And we're just continuing to grow and grow in our applications and our data. So this picture is called the Data Information Knowledge and Wisdom Pyramid. I think that it does a good job of telling the story of the history that GIS has and going through the timeline, and why we're so fortunate that somebody thought to make that decision back in the 80s. Because in the 90s and early 2000s, we were in the bottom 2 tiers of this pyramid. We were just gathering a bunch of data and putting it on a map, and we probably made it into that information tier of the pyramid. But now for sure we're at those top tiers, and we're able to use all this information to be proactive and make decisions based on all that information, like why are there brush fires happening in some areas more than others? Who do we need to evacuate in case of an emergency, or how fast the landfill's filling up? So we've got all this great stuff. We've done a lot of exciting things, but we're still looking at the next big thing. In the next year, we're looking into optimizing some routes. These could be either for solid waste collections or where building inspectors are headed out for their day of work. This example is from San Diego. You can see on the right their savings. It's not only staff time that they're saving, but also that distance is for cutting fuel costs, vehicle maintenance, carbon emissions. So we're going to be taking a look at route optimization. Real-time vehicle tracking. This one's pretty exciting. There's not a whole lot of cities out there that are doing this yet, but Fleet is in the middle of replacing all their vehicle locators. Their new system can tie directly into GIS. This screenshot is from the city of Syracuse. It's similar to that parks snow operations map that we saw before where the different colors of the lines are showing when the last time that street was plowed was. So if you're a member of the public and you're wondering if it's time to head into work or if you should stick it out at home until the storm's over, you could jump online and see when the last time your route to work was plowed. Or you could sit there and go, okay, all the arterials are all done. They're probably going to be getting into the neighborhoods pretty soon. So we're hoping to get this up by next winter and then hoping that it snows a little bit more. And then finally, the drone program. So we saw a little bit earlier with the landfill example of what we're doing with the drone now. And this all started about 5 years ago. There was an engineer who brought their hobby, basically, to work and started seeing what we could do with it. And by now, it's turned into a fully grown program. And we can get all of this wonderful data from flying a drone that we used to have to go out and contract with consultants and surveyors to obtain. We're doing that all in-house. We're saving money and time just by having GIS to it. So we're really excited about that. I know it was a lot. I went through it fast. I want to get to the open data portal and show you that. But I want to pause here in case we want to back up or if we're good to go on to looking at the applications.
Any questions, comments? Not yet.
Okay. So you can find all these applications that we have on the public side if you just go to gis.flagstaffaz.gov. We'll hope that this loads. I don't like doing live demos because you just never know. So if you go to gis.flagstaffaz.gov, this is what the public can see. So we have all of these applications that are all map-driven. The regional plan one is the one that we just saw a little bit of. This planning information web app is one that a lot of people use when they're applying for building permits because you can find your property and then find all of the zoning and all of the other districts that it might be in. This is that parks snow assignment status dashboard that we showed. There's a whole bunch of stuff in here. I would just encourage you to come on and explore. There's some printable maps of the city down at the bottom. And then we have our email on here. If you have any questions, there's 4 of us that monitor this email. It's a great place to go. And then if you have an @flagstaffaz.gov email, you can use this sign-in button. You don't have to create an account or anything. This will work for you with just your email. Try to sign in. I don't know if this computer will let me do it. So here's the internal map gallery. So this is stuff that might have some more sensitive information. There are a couple apps by division. So Fire talked about some of their GIS applications earlier this afternoon. There's some really cool stuff in here. Here's that CAD calls dashboard that we looked at in the presentation, and then the closest fire station one that Jessica was talking about. The flagship GIS application on here is probably the one that's called just Flag Map. This is like a supercharged Google Maps. And on here, you can get all sorts of property information. There's dozens, if not 100 layers in here that you can turn on and off. And anything on here you can click on and then find out more information about it. So I just clicked on City Hall's property right here. It's got a picture of the property, all the assessor information on it. We can drill down to the ownership information, all the building permits that have been issued on this property. And then over here, we can turn on and off layers. So this just turned on zoning, zoning regulated use. And again, if we click here, you can see that there's now 2 layers up here that identify. One of them is zoning. And a lot of these layers will have a reference link in them, so we can jump right from zoning and open up the ordinance for that zoning. It's a good way to keep track of documents as well. This button up here is very important if you're using this. This will take you to how to use the flag map. So use that. And then we have an email link directly up here. If you ever have any questions, that's the one that'll send it to us, and there's 4 of us that are monitoring that. We can get back to you pretty quickly. And I would just encourage you all to just jump in there. That's gis.flagstaffaz.gov. Poke around, see what you can find, and then let us know if you have any questions. If you have anything, if it sparks any ideas, or if you'd like to see any data sets, you can let us know that too. Is there any questions I can answer right now?
Councilmember Garcia?
Thank you so much for the presentation. I wasn't familiar with this operation. Now that I am, I'm going to spend copious amounts of time moving into the future and being very thankful for this type of technology. Something that I found very curious is as soon as you put the place to find that, the website or whatever to find that, the URL, up, a good percentage of the audience picked up their phone and went at it. So that made me think, and this is one of the biggest challenges I think that I've seen since I've been watching the city is how do we get that information out to the public? Do you guys have a strategy for that?
We're working on that. We're working on a strategic plan. Esri, the company who makes the software, is coming down in May to help us with that strategic plan. I don't know if you've seen it. If you're on the Everyone email, I recently sent out a survey just to get customer opinions about how GIS is doing. One of the things that we're finding is that we do need an education and training campaign. A lot of people aren't aware of it, which I was surprised about. I think I need to show up at new employee orientation and give this same sort of talk for everybody that starts. It's buried on the city website. You can find it if you know what you're looking for. Not everybody knows what GIS is or what it stands for. So unless you do and you know what you're looking for, I don't know that anybody's going to find it, but hopefully Esri will be able to help us out on how to make make a better public appearance.
That's wonderful. I'm completely guilty of it too. You know, as a council member, this is one of the first times that I'm experiencing it, and I'm very excited and hopeful for the future and what we can bring to the community and how they can interact with these new and innovative and futuristic ideas.
Thanks.
Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much for this presentation. No questions, just saying or just wanted to say how cool all of this is. It really is very neat to be able to see and break all of these things down in these different ways. I would channel former Councilmember Adam Shimoni and ask if you've thought about video. Just a nice video introduction to the community, letting them know that this resource is out there, I think could be really great. Because it is. It's really cool, and I think especially with some of the snow operations that you were showing and just how the community can stay abreast of different programs and things happening within the community would be a really invaluable resource for folks.
Great, thank you.
So I am currently doing a fellowship with the Mayor's Institute on city design and have been using this. And I so wish that we would have had this 2 months ago, because I just taught myself by clicking on things. And my final assignment is due on Friday, and I give my presentation next week. So I see all the other cool things that I could have added in. So this is just awesome. And I look forward to more trainings for all of us.
If you need any help between now and Friday, just
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, thanks so much.
Mayor, Council, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, next up, we have our carbon neutrality plan progress report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Jenny Neiman, Climate Action Section Director in the Sustainability Office. Thanks for making time for our semi-annual progress report on the carbon neutrality plan. Tonight, I am happy to be joined by Danae Pressler and Jake Rotz on the climate team. In the PowerPoint, I did want to let you know we have added 2 slides that go beyond your packet, and we'll be sure to mention it when we get there. First, tonight we'll follow the format that we adopted last year for these progress reports. We'll start with a bit of background information and then review progress in key sectors. And finally, we'll discuss the update to the carbon neutrality plan that we're starting soon. Getting right into it, I'd like to briefly explain our foundations for anyone new to the carbon neutrality plan, which you'll hear me refer often to as the CNP. This is one of those new slides, but this is a slide that Council has seen before. The carbon neutrality plan has 3 core goals. They can be summed up as reducing emissions or reducing our impact, increasing resilience in the Flagstaff community and preparing for change, and prioritizing equity to help our vulnerable community members. The examples on this slide illustrate how each of these goals shows up in our work and shows up in the community. These 3 goals are equally important, and we work to address all of them in our programming as much as we can. To reach these goals and create a stronger Flagstaff, we work through 15 target areas, visualized here under 4 core areas. This demonstrates the breadth of climate action. It ranges from accessible parks, cleaner vehicles, to creating homes that are healthier and more resilient to flooding or other aspects of climate change. This slide discusses how climate action happens. The CNP was adopted in 2021, that's the star here. And since then, we've been planting the seeds for change. Climate action requires a lot of foundations. It requires a lot of slow work in our community. And this work involves things like offering incentives, doing a lot of messaging on behavior change, or having one-on-one conversations about things like the value of a HEPA filter or having a Ready, Set, Go kit. Later, after we've laid these foundations, is when we start to see the results of building community capacity, of moving technology from really being in an early adopter stage to being much more mainstream. And we start to see development that's reflective of new codes and policies. We know that it takes a lot to get to carbon neutrality, but this multi-layered approach can get us there. Now I'm happy to hand this over to Danae.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Danae Pressler. I'm the Climate Program Manager. Now for the fun part. We're going to be reporting on the progress on the carbon neutrality plan goals and actions. This progress update is organized with a high-level overview of all of our CNP actions and then a deeper dive into 4 areas: building energy, transportation, consumption, and resilience and equity. Within each of these areas, we'll cover the target goals within the CNP, our progress that we've made to date, review the foundations and some upcoming actions, and then highlight some success stories. The CNP details 215 opportunities for action to achieve mitigation, resilience, and equity goals in the plan. These bars give a high-level overview or a snapshot in time of the progress that we've made across these 4 priority areas. In the nearly 4 years since Council has adopted the CNP, 58% of these actions have been or are being implemented. A lot of this work is ongoing, such as our community engagement, floodproofing assistance, and energy rebates. And so that's why you see a lot of the focus in this yellow in progress area versus the completed. They're things that will continue to be ongoing. The community and the city have made significant efforts to set the foundation, and we're beginning to see advancements in each of these priority areas. The remainder of the presentation will highlight several of these actions. First, we're going to take a look at our progress on the energy front. The energy used to heat and power our homes is the largest source of greenhouse gas emissions in our community. It accounts for about 55% of total community emissions. And the primary strategies to reduce those emissions are through renewable energy generation, improving our energy efficiency, and supporting electrification. But just as importantly, this work also helps people to save money on their utility bills, live more comfortably, and improve indoor air quality. To reach carbon neutrality, the plan calls for adding 25 megawatts of solar to our homes and commercial buildings. We're on track to meet or exceed our goals on the residential side, but we continue to lag behind on the commercial side. And to Councilmember Matthews' question earlier about if we're monitoring the solar installations, we do keep really close track of that, and both in terms of the number of installations as well as the capacity, and we'll want to track that with any updates to code changes to see what kind of impact we're having. To advance renewable energy in Flagstaff, we're building on foundations such as our solar co-ops that make it easier and cheaper for people to go solar, our solar-ready building codes, and many more. You may recall that the Arizona State Office of Resiliency received a large grant, $156 million, for helping low-income residents across the state go solar. This grant was put on pause, but I just learned yesterday that that money has been unfrozen, and the State Office of Resiliency is hiring professionals to help them finish developing and implementing that program. And our job will be to make sure that our Flagstaff residents can take advantage of that. Meanwhile, we're working to address the gap on the commercial solar side. As I mentioned, we are lagging behind there. Flagstaff was selected to participate in a program through the National Renewable Energy Lab, or NREL, to better understand the barriers that are preventing businesses and multifamily developments from going solar, and to explore ways to help. We're also engaging directly with the local business community through the Green Business Bootcamp. This idea originated from the Business Climate Advisory Group, which wanted to see more tangible support for businesses to green their operations. This program is a partnership between Economic Vitality and Sustainability, as well as Local First Arizona, which is a nonprofit that's dedicated to supporting our local businesses statewide. Through the Green Business Bootcamp, Flagstaff-based businesses and nonprofits learn from experts on sustainability topics including energy, transportation, waste, and sustainable financing. Each one of these participants gets to develop a project of their own choosing to green their operations, and they're often saving time and money while reducing emissions. They also gain access to resources such as grant writing assistance and green loans through Local First Arizona. And importantly, they build connections with other local businesses in our community. We've had 2 of these cohorts so far, and we've graduated 9 local businesses in Flagstaff through this program. Several have gone on to do energy audits or get estimates for solar, again, through our local businesses in town. And 1 graduate received assistance to secure funding for a solar project. We're gearing up for the 3rd cohort, which will start on May 1st, so please encourage any businesses or nonprofits that may be interested to sign up for that. So when we think about building energy use, we know that retrofits make a lot of sense. Improvements like adding insulation or switching to more efficient electric appliances save money on our energy bills, they keep our homes more comfortable, and they improve the indoor air quality. We know that families and businesses across Flagstaff are making these improvements, but the data is really hard to collect, and the state doesn't allow us to do building benchmarks. So what we do know is from our own city programming. And so since the carbon neutrality plan was adopted by council, over 500 households have participated in our energy rebate program. And we'll talk a little bit more about that shortly. The primary ways that we've supported energy retrofits are through education, engagement, and incentives. The transition to a carbon neutral future calls for making climate-friendly choices more readily available and accessible in our community. One of the very best tools for doing this is updating our building standards, which you happen to have an extensive discussion about this evening. So this is really an opportunity to improve the way that we build in Flagstaff through those building codes. Integrating these climate-friendly elements into new buildings means that more families can start off with energy-efficient, comfortable, and healthy homes. It is far more complicated and a lot more expensive to do retrofits on existing homes than it is to embed this into the construction from the start. While we will continue to support energy retrofits for our existing homes in Flagstaff, my dream is that the new homes just won't require them. So I mentioned a little teaser about this program. Our home energy and weatherization rebate program is one of sustainability's longest running and most impactful programs. The program has supported 140 households just this fiscal year. And our most popular rebates are for insulation and duct sealing. However, the fastest growing energy upgrade is on our cold climate heat pumps. Advancements in the heat pump technology in the last decade have made it really easy to find heat pumps that operate down to minus 22 degrees Fahrenheit, which are really great for our climate here in Flagstaff. In this photo, you can see some participants that are proudly sporting their new cold climate heat pumps that went through our program. And as we gear up for the next round, starting in the new fiscal year, we're making improvements to better distribute these resources to those who may need it most. I know Council has heard a lot about our citywide energy and water conservation project, but I'm really excited to share that after nearly 2 years of implementation, this project has been fully and successfully completed. And this slide has just a few of the highlights on the building energy side, but the project was more expansive, including updating our irrigation at our parks, testing water meters for their efficiency, installing EV chargers, and more. What I'd really like to share is that this project is an example of the energy efficiency leading to not only significant emission reductions, but also financial savings to the tune of over $225,000 annually saved on city utility bills. And to put that in perspective, this project has to date fully offset the cost of the increased rates from APS from a year ago. And so we are already seeing savings early on in the project. Switching gears now, we'll look at our progress in enabling vehicle electrification and encouraging active transportation within the city and the broader community. We all know that transportation can be really tricky as it relies on the daily decisions of our community to decide where they want to go and how they'll get there. To shift commute modes, low emission options need to be safe, convenient, affordable, and reliable. The carbon neutrality plan has a target of 30% of vehicle miles traveled to be from electric vehicles by 2030. The latest report that we have from the end of 2024 shows only 1.3% of vehicles registered in Flagstaff are currently EVs. While that may not be a very encouraging number, I will share it's a 20% increase from the year before. And if we continue to see that level of growth, we would reach 30% by 2038. And to support this transition, there does need to be adequate EV charging infrastructure. Towards this end, the city has installed 18 electric vehicle charging stations for the public. This was done in partnership with APS. And for those that are considering or are curious about EVs, we'll be holding an EV ride and drive event at the end of May, and we invite council and our public to be part of that. We've also been focusing on walking the talk with our own fleet and trying to electrify our city vehicles, including establishing our EV First policy and conducting a fleet electrification assessment. An interdivision working group led by the city manager's office has been helping us to streamline the city's fleet policy and simplify the EV procurement process. One recent example of this streamlined procurement was council's approval of purchasing up to 6 plug-in hybrid electric RAV4 primes from a local dealership. And this is actually a really big deal for us. And so I want to recognize procurement, fleet, and the collaborating divisions, as well as council, for making this happen. The city's already taken receipt of 2 of these RAV4 primes. The one that's featured here will be shared across city divisions for use as an out-of-town pool vehicle. And not only is this vehicle expected to see higher miles and therefore greater emission reductions and fuel savings, but it also provides more exposure to EVs for our city fleet, for our city staff who use it. As another highlight, I want to share that the engineering division has successfully shuffled their vehicles to utilize EVs in their higher mileage positions. And so these are just a couple examples of the success that we've seen in growing our fleet electrification efforts. And I'm going to turn it over to Jacob to report on our active transportation efforts and some success there.
All right. Thank you, Danae. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Jacob Bratz. I serve as the Energy Specialist for the City Sustainability Office. There we go. I'm excited to speak on the progress of our active transportation efforts. We are continuing to pursue initiatives aimed at maintaining 2019 levels of vehicle miles traveled. While we don't have the VNT data for this year, we are able to highlight Metro Plan's 2024 trip diary survey, which shows an increase in walking, jogging, and running trips, rising up to 4% from 3% in 2018. Additionally, single occupancy vehicle usage has decreased 5% since 2018, reflecting a shift towards more sustainable transportation options across the board. These findings indicate positive trends in active transportation and suggest that our initiatives are helping to encourage more walking and active mobility. This work is building on the strong foundations laid by several key initiatives and aimed at improving transportation and enhancing safety. The Active Transportation Master Plan, alongside Butner Avenue iterations and road right-siding efforts, are crucial components of these efforts. Additionally, the Vulnerable Road Users Risk Exposure Assessment, conducted by Metro Plan, is helping to address safety concerns for pedestrians and cyclists. Another important focus is the optimization of the city e-bike fleet to support greater adoption and use across city divisions, which we'll talk about a little bit later. Metro Plan and transportation engineering and planning teams have been instrumental in this work, with the Safe Routes to School initiatives improving active transportation connectivity for schools. The Collaborative Safe Streets Master Plan, led by engineering, planning, and Metro Plan as well, further strengthen these efforts. Additionally, engagement around micromobility share options continues to evolve, ensuring ongoing progress in creating safer, more accessible transportation options for the community. As I mentioned a little bit earlier, we have an exciting update about the City of Flagstaff's electric bike fleet program. The program is now offering 17 vehicles across 8 different city facilities, including here at City Hall, offering staff the opportunity to replace traditional gas fleet vehicle trips with an e-bike or scooter. I'd like to highlight Water Services Director Lee Williams. Lee's still in the back. I told him he'd be the star of the show today. Lee has been making a huge individual impact with this program, making trips to various water services facility on the e-bike and reducing our overall vehicle miles traveled individually by over 100 miles every single month. With similar usage across the fleet, this program could potentially reduce the city's vehicle miles traveled by 18,000 miles every single year. So a lot of opportunity there. As an additional example, the Lake Mary Water Treatment Plant has also integrated the e-bike into their daily operations, using it to collect water quality samples, investigate water supply lines, and accessing challenging sections of their campus, which you can see in the photo below. Now, I'd like to shift the focus to our food and waste efforts. Optimizing consumption and limiting organic waste brings significant benefits to the community beyond just reducing greenhouse gas emissions. By cutting down on waste, we can strengthen the impacts of our local food system, keep hazardous materials out of our soils, and reduce costs for residents. This work is incredibly complicated and focuses on reducing organic waste in landfills, cutting methane emissions by up to 98%. Methane emissions from landfills increased by 4% from 2016 to 2033. This rate of growth is actually lower than the overall growth rate at the landfill, potentially reflecting our food waste efforts. In 2023, 13% of residential waste was diverted through residential recycling. As you know, there have been many changes with our recycling collections in the past years, and the solid waste team is working to update our data tracking methodology. But solid waste has high confidence that this recycling rate has grown. The foundation of our waste reduction initiatives is built on a variety of long-standing programs run in partnership with solid waste, aimed at community waste prevention and diversion. We've just entered year 15 of our Fix-It clinics, which has been made possible thanks to the continuing support of our community volunteers who generously donate their time and their skills. This initiative, alongside many others, have diverted a total of 44.6 tons, or about 68,000 pounds of waste since April of 2024. In addition to these diversion efforts, education plays a very, very key role, with school-based lessons, presentations for various organizations, and partnerships with Willow Bend, a local nonprofit, to increase recycling awareness. In partnership with Solid Waste, we are also enhancing resources and engagement through the Recycle by City program. To further support waste reduction goals outlined in the Carbon Neutrality Plan and the Rethink Waste plans, we are developing a Zero Waste Ambassador program to engage residents, businesses, and volunteers through workshops and volunteer opportunities. A highlight of our waste reduction efforts is the residential food scraps drop-off program. Some of you may have used it, which launched its first pilot in 2021. This program has seen significant growth in popularity every single year, with nearly 500 residents registered so far, and the demand for the program continuing to rise every year. In response, we have efforts underway to expand the number of collection sites and increase the collection volume at existing locations, with 23,000 pounds alone of food scraps collected through this program transformed into compost, which is then used to support local and regional farms and growing spaces. Similarly, our food systems efforts are creating broad impacts as well. The Urban Farm Code update will expand the opportunities for small-scale farming, creating more opportunities for education and advancing efforts towards a more resilient local food system. Additionally, this year, thanks to the hard work of city staff and community members, an extension of the Urban Farm Incubator will be added to the historic McAllister Ranch property, providing additional space for local food production. Efforts are also include phase 3 of our food action plan that will be implemented to set clear goals aimed at addressing community-identified needs related to the food system, initiatives, and resources. Highlight of our food systems programming has been the first full circle gardening workshops in 2025. 2 of these workshops have been hosted, both achieving maximum attendance. These workshops are designed to provide a comprehensive approach to gardening, starting with the basics and building towards more advanced sustainable practices. Workshops are also hosted in partnership with local growers, educators, and organizations, such as Elevated Gardening, which was the recipient of one of our neighborhood sustainability grants, NAU Research Greenhouse's Steady Harvest, Native American for Community Action's Lasting Indigenous Family Enrichment Program. Participants have the opportunity to engage with one another, receive resources, and share gardening tips, empowering them to stay engaged with the gardening community here in Flagstaff. Now, I'd like to speak on an essential component of our work, building resilience and improving equity. This work improves both community health, creates more resilient neighborhoods, and reduces costs for our residents. This work is critical to our overall climate action work and ensures that it includes and benefits everyone, which is critically important to addressing climate change in a holistic way. To briefly lay out the foundations of this work, it's important to state that community equity efforts are built in various spaces, starting with our Equity Climate Advisory Group and the Youth Climate Advisory Group. Collective input from both of these groups is crucial for the informed development of our programs. Additionally, through sustained engagement via social media, we continue to keep the community informed and involved. The distribution of HEPA filters has been a key step in improving air quality for residents who have been impacted by wildfire smoke and other airborne hazards. Looking ahead, we are excited to introduce upcoming actions, including wood stove rebates and the addition of an equity fellow to further integrate equity into our work. These actions are part of our ongoing commitment to making our climate efforts accessible and beneficial to everyone in the community. Lastly, I am thrilled to highlight our Energy Upgrades for Healthy Homes program, which is now collecting interest from the community. This program will cover 100% of the energy-efficient heating and cooling upgrades, weatherization improvements, and many other measures for low-income Flagstaff residents and those with existing health conditions. We are excited to finally open this program, as it not only moves us further towards our building energy use goals, but most importantly, provides cost savings and home health improvements for the wonderful members of this community who could use it so much. Anyone who's interested in this program is encouraged to check out our website at flagstaff.az.gov/EUHH, or reach out to staff with any questions. Now, I'll pass it back to my colleague, Jenny Neiman. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jake. I just want to highlight that Jake persevered through maybe the worst parts of federal bureaucracy and grant requirements and procurement to launch the Energy Upgrade for Healthy Homes program as we're just starting to collect interest. So we're just deeply excited. Thanks, Jake. Turning now to community resilience, we have strong foundations here. Our Neighborhood Sustainability Grants program has been funding neighborhood resilience building work for years, maybe a decade. The ongoing work of our neighborhood engagement and volunteer services team in all of its cleanups and stream stewards events, and the Climate Resilience Project, which is a monthly event. It's a partnership with the library, actually, where we bring folks together to talk about emergency preparedness as well as our housing crisis, all the many different aspects of resilience and preparation. Our flood preparation grants help folks prepare for flooding right at their homes, while things like stream stewards work to prevent flooding at the neighborhood level. There's a lot of upcoming work to increase resilience that we're excited about. Excuse me. We've got pine needle cleanups happening this month in various Flagstaff neighborhoods. This is a partnership with the fire department and Public Works, with sustainability helping out. We also have a new volunteer hub. We've kind of done a soft launch, but we're doing a full launch in July. And this is thanks to Stephen Thompson and a huge group of city staff. And I just wanted to call it out because truly, volunteers are true resilience, right? We don't have much without those folks who step up and say, yeah, I can come help. Yeah, I'll come help clean out that stream, or yeah, I'll come help fill sandbags, right? That is the true community resilience that we work to build every single day. This volunteer hub will lead to more opportunities for volunteering and just greater connections among our volunteers. One highlight in community resilience, this past month has seen our resilience hubs really come into their own. They have been hosting weekly workshops or more. These workshops are coordinated by our team member Sam Wiley and folks from the Sunnyside Neighborhood Association, the Southside Community Association, and CAT's team at Flagstaff. They've covered everything from how to make your own HEPA filter, how to get on the Ready, Set, Go system, distributing Ready, Set, Go kits, and talking to the city's emergency management team, and also things like creative storytelling as a way to build community. The hubs have become true centers of activity and will continue to do so and to build community preparedness and strength. Then there's Earth Day. 11 days from now, we'll be at Bushmaster Park to celebrate Earth Day. The best thing about Earth Day is that it's pretty decentralized. It's 50 different groups that come to town to talk, to have fun, to give away free stuff, to really inspire, I think, community members in action. There's workshops, there's free bus rides, there's fix-it bike clinics, music, food. Really, it's just fun. It's just a good day in community. So we hope to see you there on April 19th. Our last sector is carbon dioxide removal. We often refer to this as CDR. CDR is our most emergent sector. It's the one that really relies on partners and innovation. Our foundational work involves our membership in the Four Corners Carbon Coalition, which we founded with local governments across 4 states. We've recently joined the International CDR Coalition, which will allow us to learn from leading cities across the world that are starting to work on carbon dioxide removal. We continue to seek progress on the policy front. This is really federal and state policy that would allow us to require more carbon to be captured in concrete. And we'll continue to seek funding from private and federal and state sources to further our carbon dioxide removal work. One highlight that's related to carbon dioxide removal, Innovate Green. Our Innovate Green Challenge events take place this weekend on Friday and Saturday. Innovate Green was formerly known as Innovate Waste, and it supports local businesses in solving local challenges. It provides funding to businesses that are working to figure out challenges to some of our stickiest problems. These could be new ideas, or they could be startup businesses. In 2023, one of the winners was Blocklight, that is capturing carbon and putting it into concrete blocks. Last year, we saw significant participation from fire tech companies, actually. So we're just excited about that, and that is coming up Friday and Saturday. That's it for the sector-based progress reports. I'm now going to transition into discussing our carbon neutrality plan update. For some background, we wrote the carbon neutrality plan knowing that it would need to be changed. The climate world moves quickly, the funding world moves quickly. We always knew that we would want to work with the most recent data and projections. We've actually already updated the carbon neutrality plan once in 2022, just 1 year after adoption. And we're now embarking on our second plan update. Importantly, we are just now starting this update work. And so tonight is the start of the conversation. It's certainly not the end. What are the goals of this update? Well, first we want to provide data that reflects this 4 years since adoption. We'll show what we've accomplished, what we have yet to do. We want to increase community understanding of the carbon neutrality plan. A plan isn't worth much, honestly, if it's not well understood, and so we want to invest in making the plan easier to understand and navigate. Based off of council's direction in 2024, we will update adaptation priorities, elevate adaptation priorities, and add references to the existing plans and city activities that are related to adaptation, preparation, and resilience. An important goal of this update is to advance understanding among city staff and improve implementation across divisions. And finally, we want to expand our equity work to ensure we're thinking about our vulnerable neighbors and making climate action easier for everyone. I'm now going to review the 6 areas of content where we'll be making updates to the plan. The first, as I mentioned, is the data that informs the plan. We'll include the data from our newest greenhouse gas inventory to tell us how far we've gotten in terms of reducing emissions. Then we'll look at our projections for future emissions. The world has changed, and so our projections have changed based on how fast technology is moving or isn't, how quickly renewable energy is being adopted, et cetera. The second area is a progress update. This is more related to the actions that are laid out in the plan. We'll account for what actions have been completed, what actions we still need to do, and we'll also make space to talk about new collaborations or new actions that we're adding. The plan was always meant to evolve, as I mentioned. For example, the funding and energy landscapes are rapidly changing. They change every month. So it was really difficult to predict actions 3 years in advance. And so we'll take a look at our actions, make sure we're on the right track. Next, we're going to add a municipal operation plan to the CMP. This is will be a subsection within the document. Right now, actions affecting our municipal operations are throughout the plan. They're in the renewable energy section and fuel switching. What we want to do is talk about city facilities, city vehicles, city assets in one area. This will just make it easier for our city staff to go to one place in this plan and see all the goals related to facilities, fleet electrification, et cetera. Next, we're going to conduct an equity scan of the plan. This will identify areas of strengths and weaknesses as it relates to community equity. We want to better integrate equity into each target area, and we'll work with our existing Equity Climate Advisory Group to help us with this. We need to make sure that the carbon neutrality plan adequately speaks to resilience and adaptation. Community feedback has identified a need to better connect the dots between the city's climate efforts and our ongoing preparations for fire, flooding, and drought. The city has a really excellent opportunity here to close the information gap. We're really excited about this opportunity. We just met yesterday to talk about how can we improve, how we communicate. There's some 15 different plans that relate to resilience, adaptation, and preparedness, whether they're in the city or county. And so what we want to do is improve how the CMP references those other plans, and how we really talk in general about preparedness and adaptation. We'll also be updating the climate profile. We'll work with a team at the Climate Assessment for the Southwest, or CLEMAS, at the University of Arizona. This is the group that did our first climate profile back in 2017, and that was really critical to all of our climate work. It basically tells us how the climate's going to change in Flagstaff and Coconino County. We'll also include updates on the city's resilience and preparedness study. We are going through some adaptation workshops with city division leadership right now, and so we'll add information that we learned through that into there to get it from the experts, who are all of our friends across all the city divisions. The last element is a plan redesign. I mentioned earlier, community understanding of a plan is critical. And understanding has a lot to do with how a plan's organized and how it's designed and the graphics. And an accessible document can really help people better understand what's in a plan and how to use it and how it is used. And so this will be a very large upgrade from the current plan and its Word document. To complement this redesign, we're also working to build an online CMP dashboard. This will help folks navigate the plan and understand it, what's in it, and it will have real-time updates on the progress that we're making. Last slide, and this is a new one. We wanted to give a little bit more information on the process for this update. So staff plans to provide a lot of different opportunities for residents to learn about the plan update and provide feedback. We will keep the community informed through updates to council, updates to the Sustainability Commission. We'll host workshops in the fall, and these workshops will focus on adaptation and preparedness. We'll talk to the community about climate change and what concerns they have. We've done a series of these workshops back with our climate plan in early 2018, and so this will be sort of a reprisal of those workshops. We'll also have coffee and climate meetings. They're once a month. They were really successful in our early plan efforts. They're an unstructured sort of event. Folks can come talk to us and tell us what they're concerned about, as opposed to us presenting and talking to them. And then we'll dive into specific topics at our existing events. We've got the Climate Resilience Project where we actually talk about a lot of these events already. So we'll keep talking about them, and we will make sure people know that we're connecting all of this to our plan update. All these events will be used to collect community input, and we'll make sure that this input steers the plan update. Finally, we'll present the draft to council in March 2026 for council's consideration. That's all we have for you tonight. Before I close, I just want to thank all the staff members. We are up here talking about the CMP metrics, but we are reflecting work that is occurring from staff members across divisions, whether that's the fire department or engineering or economic vitality or water. They make all this work happen. I'd also just like to shout out the 9 AmeriCorps in our office. They are volunteers who are serving the Flagstaff community to our office, and their service is just so core to so much of our work. And we'll see you at Earth Day. Thank you, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jenny. Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Jenny, thank you, and Danae and Jacob for the presentation and all the great information. And I know it's not just the 3 of you, it's a lot of people with their hands in it, and it's always impressive to hear just all the different ways you're approaching this issue. So thank you so much. I had a couple of questions, and I do want to also highlight, and I think it'll speak to some of the people in this room, that I'm happy to hear that adaptation priorities will be reviewed and looked at, because I know that is, especially with the fires that we've seen in California and stuff, that it is getting more and more critical and urgent for us to make sure that we're not only reducing in the future, but doing stuff to prevent stuff from even happening, because all of our efforts, we don't want them to go up in smoke. Right? Because we didn't do the other end. But I was curious of 2 funding kind of questions. A few months ago, you or Nicole, I asked about the EV station funding that the federal government had set aside, and we were wondering, where's the beef? We hadn't seen any, and it had been a couple of years, and I understand that that funding was being held at the state level. Can you provide an update on that? As well as, I know federal grant funding is just a lot of work. You mentioned, Jacob did a lot in that, but the landscape has changed.
Yes.
So if you could just give us maybe your insight on where we're at with, future expectations of funding and stuff.
I'll start with the second, and then I'll hand it over to Danae, our resident EV expert. The federal landscape has changed, certainly. And, it's changed in 2 ways. There are different federal priorities, right? Every administration comes in and has different priorities. And so we are expecting that new priorities will speak to those different priorities. Luckily, all of this work still speaks to things about return on investment, right? Energy independence, resilience, and preparedness, right? We feel well prepared that our work can work with those new priorities for new grants. The question about how much funding there's going to be, that I think is the $1,000,000 question that no one knows, just about those things. And as they change, there is a little bit of money still from the Inflation Reduction Act that has not been awarded yet. We have a number of grant applications in. We don't have great hopes, but we really don't know of how much funding will actually be released. It has been congressionally obligated. So we do continue to seek out funding from other places. We are looking a lot more closely at private foundation grants, at grants from, nonprofits, whether they're national, statewide, or local. And feel free to add anything. Got it. And Danae can speak to the electric vehicle funding.
I feel like I got hyped up. I don't have all the answers on the state EV position right now. What I do know is that it was put on pause, but they do expect for the first round. So ADOT received funding, formula funding through the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Program, the NEVI program, and that was going to bring $76 million of DC fast chargers to the state of Arizona. That did get put on pause, but it looks like they were already under contract for that round one, and so we should still see some investments, but we don't know if we'll be able to get that full $76 million in our state or not. But I will follow up with you, Lori, when I hear a little bit more. Yep.
Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this question is going to be for you, Danae. So as you were talking about, first of all, thank you all for the presentation, very much appreciated. As you were talking about the EV goals and that 3% that you're aiming for, is that only counting fully electric vehicles, or does that include hybrid vehicles or even people who may have given up vehicles altogether?
Thank you, Mayor, Councilmember House. Really great question. That statistic that we called attention to, that 1.3%, is only for fully electric vehicles and plug-in electric vehicles, or plug-in hybrid electric vehicles. It doesn't include your standard hybrid that doesn't have a way to charge with electricity. So it's those two that are factored in, and it doesn't account for anybody that's doing any other mode switching or going without. That's more captured in that stat that Jake was talking about with that vehicle miles traveled and the reduction in what they call the single occupancy vehicles, which is how most people are getting around town.
Okay, thank you. I have other comments, Mayor, but I can save those for after public participation as well.
Okay, so I'm going to move to public participation, and then any additional questions or comments that you have, council, we will take them afterwards. Our first speaker, thank you for writing out how to pronounce your last name. Always appreciated. Jim Schweikert? And did I get it right with, okay.
On a bad day, I can't say it. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Daggett, Vice Mayor Sweet, council members. It's really a privilege to speak to you today. First, on a side note, I love Flagstaff. My kids love Flagstaff. I raised my son and my daughter here. My son's a police officer and my daughter's a nurse. And my daughter once asked me as a young teenager, she said, "Dad, I want to get a tattoo." I said, "You're not getting a tattoo." She said, "Don't you want to know what it is yet?" I said, "Well, all right, what?" It's the coordinates, longitude and latitude of Flagstaff on her ankle. You know, like if lost, return to. So she really has that tattoo. Our family loves this town. Go Eagles. And Panthers. All right, so when I earned a degree in economics, on the first day, they were talking microeconomics, macroeconomics, and they said, "Don't you want to know what economics is?" And I said, "Yes, what is it?" They said, "It's the study of the allocation of scarce resources among limited end users." And that's kind of an overarching thing that's been throughout all this today. Even when I was listening to the police chief talking about efficiencies in reporting, my son can type 110 words a minute. He has found efficiencies in reporting. I'm always looking for efficiencies in my household and as a board member of Flagstaff First. I'm a member of the Chamber of Commerce. I'm a member of Local First. As a board member of Flagstaff First, our mission was we advocate for achievable, principled, and fiscally responsible policies and programs that directly benefit and protect citizens and the business community of Flagstaff. That seems to have an overlap with everyone I've heard today, the fire department, the police department, the council. Protect the people, serve the people. Well, today I'm asking you and the people of our beautiful mountain town to consider making a choice, just a choice in your mind about which two methods for reducing carbon and addressing climate change is best for all of us. And this ties in with allocating our scarce resources. It's for better forest management, preparing for and preventing catastrophic forest fires, or, if I may, the stated intentions, well-intended, Sustainability Department's carbon neutrality plan with its mandates and electrification and solar and restrictions on natural gas use, on our lifestyles, a program estimated by the city to run $600 million. And I know they're walking that back now. They've said things like that's just a benchmark and we have to continue talking about it. Getting off my little script here, I hear words like community resilience and equitable systems and new codes and policies and electrification and engage businesses and encourage tangible support and climate advisory groups. And I feel a little bit like Tom Hanks in that movie Big, where he's at a toy company and this other guy's, no way. How fast it goes. I'm ashamed. May I have 20 seconds to wrap up?
Councilmember Aslan, I think, has a question.
My question is, what makes you feel like Tom Hanks?
What makes me feel? When he said during the presentation by another gentleman that worked at the toy company for a toy that just didn't make sense, he says, I don't get it. That was the reference. Tom Hanks in that character in Big said, I don't get it. And I don't get how we would prioritize something that arguably is going to have little impact. Flag's population, 76,000. Arizona, 7,000,001. A U.S. population, 0.002% of our population is the U.S. population. In other words, our impact on mandates and electrification, and anyone here bought a gas stove? It's a rhetorical question. If you bought a gas stove, and I know a few people in this room who did, that's out.
I'm sorry, but your time is up.
All right. I urge you to choose fiscal responsibility and what serves the people best. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Tom Pearson.
Mayor Daggett, Vice Mayor Sweet, council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I want to also thank the Sustainability Office for their presentation and for the excellent work that they have done to help local neighborhoods, including mine, cope with the aftermath of flooding, plus those pine needle cleanups to reduce the danger of fires, and also the home insulation projects to improve energy efficiency. These all are much appreciated. Unfortunately, however, today's sustainability update focused almost exclusively on carbon neutrality actions aimed at reducing greenhouse gas emissions. It barely touched on the other essential component, climate adaptation. For Flagstaff, adaptation means defending against wildfires, flooding, and drought. As we know, significant changes have occurred in the world since the last CNP update. For one, despite 30 years of international efforts to reduce carbon emissions, atmospheric CO2 concentrations continue to rise steadily. China, India, and other countries, making up approximately half the world's population, are expanding, not reducing coal and gas-fired power plants to support their rapidly growing industrial and transportation sectors. Because the global effort to reduce emissions has not affected CO2 concentrations in the atmosphere, our federal funding for carbon neutrality projects is being reduced. Meanwhile, we in Flagstaff are experiencing a winter drought and looking ahead to perilous wildfire season. This threat comes on the heels of the devastating destruction caused by wildfires in LA. The comprehensive J.E. Fuller NAU studies demonstrated that a similar fire on the western side of the peaks would, through both fire and flooding, utterly destroy approximately 2,000 structures and create $2.8 billion in damage from Fort Valley to the city center. No wonder our insurance rates are skyrocketing or being canceled. Flagstaff desperately needs a comprehensive, standalone adaptation plan for wildfire, flooding, and drought. Such a plan will promote coordination between departments and with county, state, and federal agencies. It will disclose gaps and redundancies in programs and encourage the incorporation of new technologies. Most importantly, an adaptation plan will inform the public of all that is being done to protect their lives and property. Thank you.
Thank you. Phil Goldblatt.
Mayor Daggett, Vice Mayor Sweet, and City Council members. As one of the board members of Flagstaff First, I wish to ask Council a rhetorical question. Do any of you know of any municipality across our entire nation who is willing to do without medicines, plastics, or surfactants? I know I do not. I ask this question because even cursory research shows that while a small percentage of petroleum production, around 3%, is directly used for pharmaceutical manufacturing, nearly 99% of pharmaceutical feedstocks and reagents are derived from petrochemicals. Furthermore, about 98% of all plastics are made from petrochemicals. As you know, petrochemicals are derived from crude oil, but only about 6% of refinery production produces petrochemicals. What these facts lead us to, Council, is the inexorable conclusion that we cannot significantly reduce production of fuels like gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel without seriously affecting the production of petrochemicals from which medicines and plastics are derived. Now, new technology and old technology is able to use biomass, such as from waste, wood products, and algae, to make crude oil extremely similar to that obtained from underground. In other words, renewable fuels and petrochemicals can be made. However, this will require large investment and a very long time to become profitable. So it makes much more sense for Flagstaff to focus on adaptation and set 2050 as a target for carbon neutrality, for it will require that long for the technology and the power companies to catch up. Furthermore, my research has shown that the most serious effects from global warming will not affect us until about 2080. Therefore, it is better to align ourselves with most nations that have committed to 2050 as a carbon neutrality goal. The goal of carbon neutrality by 2030 for our city that is found in our carbon neutrality plan is delusory. It does not align with the 2050 goals of major companies, most countries, the electrical power industry, the petrochemical industry, or the power transmission line industry. Major changes in our wholesale economy are unrealistic before then. Please put Flagstaff first, and thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you. BJ Dempsey.
Thank you, City Council, for the opportunity to address you. My name is BJ Dempsey. As has been mentioned, the J. Fuller study could cost up to $3 billion roundabouts in loss of businesses, loss of residents, and floods that could impact the area. I was planning on talking to them about that until I heard more and more of what was going on with our sustainability department. I hear stuff about stuff that could possibly bankrupt our community, negatively impact our housing, forced increased costs for existing homeowners and new homeowners, It was brought up that 500 houses have had the ability to participate and have participated in building houses that are solar ready. There's only 14 to 19 of those that carry solar panels on them. This is an added cost, unfortunately, that the builders pass down to the consumers, and the consumers themselves don't have any ability to make a choice as to whether or not they want to do it. I myself have solar panels on my house, and that was a choice that I made based on my lifestyle. Building a house that has net zero carbon now, we cannot predict anything like that in the future because families grow, needs of electricity grow, price of electricity is growing. I built my house up to 120% specifications 10 years ago on solar panel, and I'm already over that. And that's just because of the cost of energy increasing day in and day out. Let's talk about some of the real problems that are going on day to day for residents of Flagstaff. Home insurance cancellations are abundant throughout the area. And once they're canceled, it is extremely hard to find new insurance. And a lot of times it is 3 times or 4 times more expensive than what they are currently paying. As well as when they have appliances go out, the ability for them to get a new appliance, the requirements imposed on them could be significantly greater. If they're getting a new home pump, that's still a taxpayer burden that we're subsidizing to them to allow them to get into something that we consider as city to be better for them. The sustainability department's salary is about $750,000. With a couple of the people sitting right behind me, $150,000, $100,000 right there for the sustainability department themselves. I give applause to our fire department that works day in and day out to protect our citizens from these dangers, and I encourage everybody to also keep in mind as these come about that our forests have adaptation and mitigation incorporated into all of them to keep the residents as safe as possible moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. David McCormick.
Hi, first of all, I'd like to thank all of you on the City Council for your sacrifice to be here and help us all. I would like to mention that I don't think the Sustainability Department deals a lot with reality. If you start with all the atmosphere, you have 78% is nitrogen, 21% is oxygen. That leaves 1% for all the other gases. So actually, carbon dioxide is only 0.04% of the atmosphere, which is for a nutrient, because all plants use it. It's very little. And if you look at the world's history, which I'm not sure that all you people making decisions are actually investigating the issue, the real issue. So it seems that 0.04% of a rather negligible gas, carbon dioxide, if it falls below 0.25%, everything green dies. If you look at the history of the Earth, 0.04% is almost the lowest it has ever been. So I'm just saying, before you make decisions on sustainability and climate neutrality, please go online, research this issue, and don't resort to authorities who are building empires in your city government. And I like natural gas. It's much better than electric in every sense, for heat, for cooking. And for you to say, oh, you can't have it, it's like, where is our freedoms? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Council, Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I was going to speak a little bit anecdotally, basically with the cause of just saying thank you to the Sustainability Department. And remember my childhood. I won't go too long on this, but a lot of people here in this room probably weren't here when I was a kid and don't realize how poor the air quality in Flagstaff was, so much so that my dad would once in a while take me on our way to our fishing trips up to Mars Hill, and he would say, "Look down, you can't even see the town right now." So depending on different times of the year, because of the air quality, or the barometric pressure and the temperatures, it would hold things in a little bit more, so it was more visible to the human eye, I guess, and more, it would hold it down so we could breathe it as well. But it had a lot to do with like diesel emissions at the time, and also wood-burning stove emissions at the time, and the logging industry, because they used to have chimney fires inside of their plant, so they'd have to burn those out, and that would stay in the air here locally. There's a reason why we call smoke rise, and that's because the smoke didn't rise. But nowadays, we don't have a whole lot of issues breathing those things in that I did when I was growing up. And it's because of things like diesel exhaust fluid, something that has urea in it, that at the time when it first came out, I thought, how could you, I mean, if anybody who knows what urea is, how could putting that into a car help anything? But we're not rolling coal anymore, and we're not breathing that in, and we're not seeing that. I mean, I was a child when I remember these things, and I remember pretending like there was a show called Emergency that had a fire department on there, and they would go into these places, and I remember when we would go to school, my mom would I would go outside and pretend like I was an emergency going into that fire. I was just walking out into the street of Flagstaff. Lots of things have improved over time because of technology. And these are things that, we get back to the statement of, what I don't understand. I didn't understand how they were going to get fixed, but they have gotten fixed over time. So I'll get beyond that and really just ask the question when it comes to the dollar figure that everyone alludes to. I was just wondering, where do we get that dollar figure from? Because I understand that we're spending money on staff's time and stuff, and it's a pretty big dollar amount. I just don't understand where it comes from.
Thank you, Councilmember Garcia. So we attempted back in 2022 to put a price tag on this plan. That's not done with most city plans, and it was done after a lot of questions. And so what we did was we said, what are the costs that would go into all of this work overall? That includes a great deal of other work that the city of Flagstaff is already doing. But what we said was, okay, if we implemented the active transportation master plan, if we electrified all of our buildings, if we subsidized retrofits of buildings throughout town, if we did all of these different things, I believe it involves air capture at the landfill. There's a lot that goes into that number. And we said, if we did all of these things, what would it cost and what would the benefit be? I will say these costs change all the time, but the purpose was to say, would we get benefit from it as the city of Flagstaff on a fiscal level? This isn't health benefits, this isn't mental health or social benefits, simply dollars and cents. And the analysis was a third-party analysis, and the analysis said, yeah, it would cost about $600 million to do all of this over years and years and years and many different projects, and the benefits would be higher. I think the benefits were something like $650 million. So that was the purpose of that analysis, to really try to say, if we did all of this, would we actually get fiscal return? Because what we know about climate action and what, the studies have really shown from a lot of different bodies that have looked at this, it says that there's a return on investment to this work. Some of that is as simple as forest health, right? We know that forest treatments, right, dollar for dollar, are incredibly effective for getting a return on investment. Same for things like energy efficiency, same for things like fleet electrification. The city had a study done by a third party that said fleet electrification will save us millions. And so the purpose of that study was really to say, will we get our money back for this investment? Does Flagstaff sort of experience align with what all of these other studies nationally have found? And the answer is yes. So that's where that number comes from, and I think Nicole wants to add something.
I appreciate that really, really much.
Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council Nicole Antonopoulos, Sustainability Director. Thank you, Councilmember Garcia, for the question. One additionality that I'd like to add to Jenny's response is that that analysis also allowed us to identify top priorities for that return on investment. Where should we, with limited funding, focus our time into our community, and what is going to provide the largest payback at the quickest? So that analysis had really multiple benefits in these discussions, but it also informed our work plan. Great, thank you.
Cool, I really appreciate that. And it brings another point or another antidote, I guess. I promise this one will even be shorter. And that is, I remember the first house that the first house that I rented, the first two houses that I rented in Flagstaff were old built houses with no upgrades. And I remember spending hundreds of dollars a month way back when on keep staying warm. And the rental that I have now is only 10 years old, and it did have to comply with a lot of those building codes that were put into place from the city. And at the peak, with simply the electricity that I was using inside the house, at the peak I was spending $75 in the wintertime. And this is, time value of money decades later. So there is like some tangible benefits to the consumer and to the regular guy like myself when I see these type of things that are happening and stuff that I can grab onto. One other question I had was we heard a lot of the commentary about being forced to go electric. Is the major utility have a lot to do with that? I mean, how do they feel about as far as the gas and the electric company is concerned? Is the gas company just saying, well, in a few years we're not going to be here anymore, or like how does that work?
Thank you, Councilmember Garcia. Just to offer some clarification, we cannot, by state law, mandate electrification. So that's not in our plan. We want to offer it as an option. We want to help folks do it if they want to. There's a lot of health benefits to it. There's money-saving benefits to it. There's comfort benefits to it. But the city will never be mandating or requiring electrification of homes nor of appliances. That's just not something we're legally able to. Toward your question about the utilities, gas utilities are looking at diversifying, right? As things do, there's still a great big market for gas, and so residential uses of gas are not a huge amount, but yeah, that's a conversation utilities are having nationally, but in Arizona, that's not something that we can or will mandate.
I really appreciate you explaining that to me and also giving us those options and showing us that it could be more beneficial to go the way of sustainability for these type of things. I did this thing this summer to where I used the bus more often, and I tried to ride share because I noticed how many people, I'm a driver, so I see a lot of cars, and everybody is just one person in one car. So I tried these things, and it actually saved me a bunch of money. So yeah, for the common guy like me, I listen to what you say, I follow it, and I save money from it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you again for the information. And I was originally going to comment earlier on the focus that you were emphasizing on community education and some of those opportunities to learn more about this. After hearing some of the comments tonight, both from the community and from your team, I think that education really is key to all of this. There's a lot of conversation that we've had tonight about what this plan is, what it means, the efficacy of the sustainability team versus other departments and things like that. And so one of the things that I would highly recommend is that the same partnership that you engage with these other departments, with fire, with all the other divisions within the city, also take place within the education components. I think that would be very strongly beneficial to help people see how these programs work in tandem. One of the comments that was made was asking us which we would choose between forest health and wildfire mitigation or community adaptation, or the carbon neutrality plan and resiliency. And to me, when I hear that question, I think of that as really a false dichotomy. This is not an either-or question for our community, it's a both-and. And I think part of what we need to recognize in what the carbon neutrality plan is doing is recognizing the place of both adaptation and resiliency within that plan and within all that the city is trying to do to protect us from those same sorts of catastrophic wildfires that we've seen elsewhere. I am always appreciative of both your team and our internal fire team, the partnership that we have with the additional fire services, to ensure that we are doing all that we can to build community resiliency, to adapt to the changing environment that we're in as we see wildfires become more and more devastating across particularly this region. And all of that goes into those sorts of changes and adaptations. So I think that one of the things that will really be beneficial is as you're doing continued community education and community programming, ensuring that that connection and that interconnectedness and interdependence are very clearly understood among the community. And that's really all I've got for you. So thank you again very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you for the great presentation. I'm looking forward to this. I think it's a great conversation. I'm really glad that we're revisiting the plan. I mean, it's a working document. I love it. You know, I heard tonight from the audience some concerns that I think we all talk about in all the facets of the organization. So fiscal responsibility, climate adaptation, increased cost of housing, making sure we're researching the issue. I think we can agree that we do that. And I'm very glad to see that the community will have a chance to give input as we move along in the process. And, you know, the comments tonight are good reminders of what I believe we're on the same page. It's just how we talk about it. So I look forward to that. And I wanted to just touch on a couple of things that I'm excited about, and that would be the EV ride and drive. I've been wanting to do this for a while, so thank you for bringing it back. The e-bike fleet program, Jake, you and I have talked a little bit about getting council a tour of that. I hope that still can happen. The volunteer hub launching in July. Our community, the one thing I can say, we are very involved. We love to do volunteer work, and I'm glad to see that that will be on the website. And the different ways that we can all get involved and having it in one spot. I don't know if you've looked up the sustainability pages on the website, but it's really quite impressive. So if you haven't, I would definitely go there. And for the community as well, it really is a one-stop shop on all things that our sustainability department is doing. So great job tonight. Thank you.
Just a couple of things. I, too, moved into an old house, and over the years, not all at once, have spent thousands of dollars to put more insulation in, to replace the windows, a lot of the things that we're talking about when we're talking about sustainability, as well as installing solar panels, which I had to spend quite a bit of money to get the electrical up to where I could install solar panels. So, and I was happy to do it because it makes my home much more comfortable. And my electric bills are so low, and I, of course, love that. Your work with waste reduction and extending the life of our landfill, I think that there's a lot of work that we're doing that, as has been said before, crosses lines within the organization and has double the benefits or triple the benefits, depending on what issue we're talking about. But we know from all the conversations we've had about our landfill just how important it is to extend the life of it and to reduce the waste. And in terms of waste reduction, I still have a pumpkin on my porch, so I'm wondering if the compost is still up where I can, and not a jack-o'-lantern, I'm not that bad, but there is a pumpkin on my porch. All right, I don't see any other questions or comments, so thank you very much, everyone. Yeah, I could just crack it open. All right, so I am adjourning that portion of the meeting and calling to order our special meeting, giving notice that we may vote to go into executive session on any item that is on tonight's agenda. And the first item up is 2.2, consideration and approval of settlement.
Yeah, Mayor, this is just for council's consideration of the settlement of the Jeannie Middleton v. City of Flagstaff lawsuit. And we're just asking for council to consider approving the settlement of the lawsuit pursuant to the terms we've discussed in executive session.
Wonderful. Can I get a motion to approve?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the settlement of Jeannie Middleton versus City of Flagstaff lawsuit pursuant to the term discussed in executive session, and authorize and direct the city manager and/or city attorney to execute all documents and take other actions as are necessary to finalize this settlement.
I'll second all that.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we're down to our second call to the public, and I do not have any cards. All right. So informational items, 2 from Mayor, Council, and City Manager, and future agenda item requests. Let's start with Councilmember Matthews.
Nothing at this time, thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Garcia.
I'm searching my brain. I think that there's one event that the community might be interested that I'll be attending this weekend at Bushmaster Park. I don't really remember what it's called, but it's like a fair and a springtime kickoff for our community. I think it's from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. And it's not that, but that's a couple weeks later. But yeah, this Saturday, Bushmaster Festival, this Saturday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. I'll probably be showing up at about noon. I'll be bringing my my flutes and my bubbles and my frisbee and my kite. So if you guys want to come down there and have some fun and talk to a council member, I'll be there. And I hope to see other council members there too.
Councilmember Aslan.
Thank you. Garcia, I think you're confusing the Renaissance Fair for the Bushmaster Festival. It's not April Fool's any longer, so I don't have any silly fair items this week.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. A reminder that it's the Innovative Green Waste Competition, or Innovate Green Competition. Sorry, I said it wrong. 5:30 Friday at the NASET. It's the VIP soiree. I would love to see you all there. And then the competition is 2 o'clock at NASET on Saturday.
Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of things. So on Friday, I will be participating in two events, the Lancaster Leadership Women's Summit. I'll be joining a panel to speak about the power of storytelling. And that, I believe, goes from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. That evening or afternoon, I'll also be participating with the Northern Arizona Book Festival is partnering with another program whose name I cannot remember right now, but they're hosting a Thin Air magazine alumni panel at NAU. So I'll be speaking on that, on the connection between our writing skills that we learned in the master's or MFA program and how we build that into our professional lives. On Saturday, I will be attending the Teen Challenge banquet. They'll be celebrating their 60th anniversary. And last thing is I just wanted to give a shout out again to both yourself, Mayor, and Vice Mayor Sweet, to Deputy City Manager Keene, who has conveniently left the room just as I'm bragging on her, and Christine, I know, and Christine Cameron. In particular, I want to give a shout out to Christine Cameron for just the amount of knowledge that she carries in her brain about all things Rio and engineering and all of the projects that are impacting our community. She did an amazing job of advocating for our community, for our grant programs, and for all of the things that are going to make Flagstaff better into our future, and just was extremely impressed with both her and Deputy City Manager Keene on their knowledge and their ability to speak to all of those things. So very grateful to have been able to join you all on that trip.
Councilmember Spence.
I will be doing a pitch on Saturday in the Innovate Green, so anybody that comes out, you can cheer me on.
Councilmember Aslan.
Yeah, Councilmember House, you reminded me, for something you said reminded me of an announcement I really should make about this weekend. The Tri-University Regents Cup is occurring this weekend. It's actually a really big event being hosted by NAU over at the High Country Conference Center. Lots of folks coming in from out of town, student orators attending ASU and U of A. This is a big weekend-long Oxford debate and storytelling competition. I was honored to be asked to be one of the judges for that, so I'll be hanging out with all those groups on Friday and Saturday. Really looking forward to it. Can't wait to see these young people just absolutely shine.
Thank you for bringing that up. That was on my list to talk about. I'm also judging it, so sorry that I can't be there cheering you on. But it's pretty exciting, and there's also a reception the evening before, so I will be at that. But it's exciting to think about all those students converging on Flagstaff to debate, and I'm looking forward to hearing their skills. There is also a Disability Awareness Award ceremony at City Hall on Friday. Is it on Friday? Yes. Am I in the right week? Yes. So this afternoon, I'm sorry. Let me pay attention to one thing, and that is talking. NAU Disability Awards from 3 to 5 here at City Hall, and it's being organized by a group of NAU students at the direction of the Commission on Inclusion and Adaptive Living. And I will not be at our next meeting unless it goes really late because I'm headed to my last class for the Mayor's Institute and to give my presentation. So if you're still going when I land, I'll join the meeting. And City Manager.
Nothing for me, thank you.
All right, we are adjourned.